Chapter 1. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard my friends, seniors, and juniors from the faculty clapping and cheering. It was understood that my faculty and the Faculty of Engineering were neck and neck. They don't get along very well when it comes to sports. Whenever they meet, there's always some conflict. As you know, both faculties have a predominantly male population, so animosity is normal. It's easy for rivals to dislike each other. Whenever there's a competition, they also sharpen their tongues to intimidate their opponents, in addition to vying for victory. Like today's freshman football championship, where the same pair of finalists meet almost every year, trading wins and losses. And after the game, they often go out for drinks together. But for the past 3 years, my team has won every time. I joined my friends in cheering until I heard a voice from the other side shouting, "Nothing is as important as winning at sports science. You bastard." This time, I heard loud cheers and applause from those in school uniforms sitting in the stands on the opposite side. I should have just ignored them. It's funny because banter is part of the fun of watching sports, which everyone understands. But there's one person I really dislike. Gene is his name. I don't know his personal history and never thought about getting involved, but I've heard rumors that he's an athlete. He's a college football player who used to play on the national youth team, but suffered recurring injuries that required long recovery periods. Now he only plays for his university club. He was a former rising football star, and girls naturally flocked to him. I remember in my first year, the girls in my faculty talked about him a lot because he got selected for the team. He made it into the national youth team in the first round. I used to follow his progress and cheer for him for a while when he was at his peak, until last year. I still vividly remember falling out. In my second year, I served as a mentor to the first-year basketball team. The gym at my faculty was closed for renovations, so I had to take my team to practice at the university's main gym. That wouldn't have been a problem if it weren't for the engineering students who were taking up their practice space. Even though the engineering faculty had plenty of their own courts, Gene, the engineering team's mentor, brought his juniors to practice at the same gym. Naturally, that meant they had to take turns practicing. At first, there were no problems, but as the competition drew near, both sides sought more practice time, leading to frequent clashes and even physical altercations. It wasn't just Gene and me who got into a fight. The other juniors who were supposed to be our friends almost got us disqualified from the competition. Even though it ended well because we shook hands and apologized to each other after the competition, I don't know why I still feel disgusted by him. I can't explain it. Since I disliked him, I tried to ignore him partly because I'm a peace-loving person who doesn't like trouble with anyone. But that guy sitting with both arms resting on the bench on the other side, smirking at me, ugh, he probably knew I was looking at him. Yes, I looked, and I looked because it was the person who said that last sentence, which drew cheers of delight from his friends. Because of that, I couldn't resist. I couldn't take it anymore. So I subtly flipped them off. I'm a true Thai. I love peace, but if it comes down to fighting, I'm never afraid. That middle finger gesture made the other person pause. It was clear they had seen my gift and seemed quite pleased, even making a face. For a moment, he smiled again at the corner of his mouth. I was incredibly satisfied. I just smirked at him before someone came and sat next to him. Of course, the arrival of the new person made almost everyone sitting there feel uncomfortable. They were cheering, then they turned their attention to, "That's you." Dang, my best friend, the one I secretly have feelings for, nudged my shoulder and pointed to the person we were talking about. Of course, I saw exactly what he said. Actually, I saw it even earlier. I saw Anda smiling and laughing with Gene. "He's your favorite, Pod." Tum, another close friend, spoke up. "That's right, because I'm a fan of Anda, the young actor who rose to fame 2 years ago after starring in a BL series." Of course, this cute young man became an overnight sensation from that role, becoming an iconic character that instantly captivated both female BL fans and guys like me who appreciate cuteness. During the series run, Anda was widely discussed for his popular on-screen pairing with the other male lead, which made both the series and the actors very popular. I followed the social media buzz. It trended every week the series aired. I used to be a fanboy who supported him at his events. After that, Anda became a successful actor because his agency cast him in primetime dramas. Last year, the role that propelled him to stardom was that of a young man addicted to drugs due to family problems. His acting skills were so well received that he won an award for Best New Actor. Anda has a very loyal fan base and has always maintained a positive reputation. Then, Anda's name became famous again because a few days ago he gave an interview to an entertainment program, revealing that he is gay and has a partner who is not in the entertainment industry and is also LGBTQ. Of course, when this news came out of his mouth, it spread like wildfire. Some fans cursed him, unable to accept that their favorite actor from the BL series had admitted to being gay. Others accused him of deception and of hurting his fans' feelings. The reactions ranged from encouragement for his courage in accepting himself to society's negative backlash, which led some to dig into his private life, including his loved ones. Anda hadn't appeared in front of the media for several days and hadn't given any interviews, but now he's reappeared at the freshman football game. Seeing him at the gym and the cheerful expression on his face as he talked to his friends made me a little relieved to know he was happy. Even though the friend who makes Anda smile is Jean. Anda is a third-year engineering student in the automotive department and a best friend of someone I dislike. I know a little about him. Jin's engineering gang, besides Anda, also includes TOS, a carefree guy and football player who helped stop a fight between my faculty and his faculty last year, and Art, a handsome guy from a wealthy family. His gang is full of guys with God-given good looks. That's brave. Besides the students from the two faculties seated on the stands, there were also students from other faculties in the center of the stands due to the competition. For the final round, a large number of students from both faculties will gather, so it's not surprising to see girls and boys from other faculties watching as well. How could he so casually admit to being gay on camera? I listened intently and immediately felt a sense of emptiness. Doesn't he feel any shame? Those two were still whispering to each other nonstop, so I sighed heavily and said, "Don't feel bad when he smiles happily. While he's smiling, maybe he's breaking down inside." The two of them turned to look at me and stared in surprise. If you can't accept seeing them happy, then just ignore it or don't acknowledge it. But don't hate them. I really don't want to see him unhappy. I watched the backs of the two of them as they hurriedly got up and walked away, and a thought of my own flashed through my mind. Anna was so brave. I had to accept my own heart, something I lacked the courage for. In the end, I allowed the unrequited love to remain deeply ingrained within me. Why? Why didn't you say it? Excellent. I like you, Dang. I like you. Dang patted my shoulder. I gave him a weak smile and glanced at his hand around mine. So close that I'd have a chance to speak. Oh, boom. The person beside me beckoned to my close friend. She's the only woman in our group of 4, and she's the one who brought the 3 of us together. We're still close friends to this day. Boom is lovely and cheerful. It's no wonder Dang has feelings for her. I've always known Dang liked Boom, and recently Boom just agreed to be his girlfriend. It's wonderful that my 2 best friends are in love. I should be happy with this relationship, but I don't know why I feel this pain. Come sit here. Tum then moved his hand to pat my shoulder. Dang moved aside, sliding to sit in another chair, leaving space between him and me for Boom to sit down. I lowered my gaze to the floor. At that moment, Tum knew I liked Dang. He was the one caught in the middle, seeing the love triangle between me, Dang, and Boom. I still remember the day Boom asked me directly about my feelings towards Dang, because Boom might have suspected something. I'm serious, I said. You like Dang, right? Respond to me. I don't want to hurt your feelings if I reciprocate Dang's feelings. You like Dang, and Dang likes you. That's all. This doesn't even concern me. It's none of my business. But if you like him right now, I would never make you sad. Boom is someone who cares about the people around her. She's so concerned about my feelings that I'm ashamed to tell her directly that I like Dang. It might upset my friends. Loving both of them will be difficult. Fod's thought. Just accept his love, Boom. And what about you, Fod? I would never hurt my best friend's feelings. Never. I don't like Dang. I told Boom that. I lied to her. You two are my best friends. It's good that you two love each other. It gives me peace of mind knowing my friends are hanging out with good people. As long as you guys are happy, I'm happy too. When I said that, it hurt so much, you know? It hurt like hell. But I swear the word love would never leave my mouth and reach Dang's ears. I used to smirk when I thought about that day, acting like the selfless hero, but in the end, I sat there moping like a dog, watching them love each other. What a pathetic hero. Damn it. How good does a loser have to be at taking care of themselves? Oh, Boom handed me some water. And she didn't just buy any for me. She bought some for Dang and Tum too. Boom's kindness made me feel ashamed that I still couldn't let go of my feelings, still kept thinking. She's already going too far with her new boyfriend. You missed Boom. Dang grabbed her hand and nodded towards me. Just now, Fadoang was giving a sermon to someone. What's the matter? I turned my face away when Boom reached out with a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her boyfriend's mouth carefully. The person who was talking about Anda. Boom turned and smiled at me because she knew I was a huge fan of Anda. If you chant that, those two will run away. I shook my head. You're going to step over someone who's already fallen? Why hate him so much just for being himself? Fod's thought. Just be yourself. Just having the courage to accept my own heart. A courage I never had. I sighed, pulled out my phone, and opened the Twitter app. I saw the #1 trending topic on social media. It's being talked about so much that it's been trending for several days. And it isn't manly anymore. Doc 234's message. You bitch, you pretended to be a man. Another user's message. The magic of golden beans will conquer the city. #Anda is no longer manly. Anda love's message. I love you, Anda. Another user's message. This tweet from Doc 234 is extremely rude. Why bully someone for accepting themselves like this? Please report it. Another user's message. Okay. #Anda is no longer manly. Myson Zero's message. You bastard. I'll slap you for saying that about my child. Whatever happens to him, I love him. Mind your own business. Go back to your hole. You son of a bitch. And add the hashtag. Anda isn't manly. What does that even mean? Whoever created this tag, I'll curse them. When he did good things, it didn't catch on as a trend. But when something like this happens, everyone gangs up to criticize him. What a terrible person. Ariu_45's message. I heard that #Anda isn't manly anymore. He's hooking up with a friend from his faculty. He's probably all loose now. I've disliked him ever since he starred in that BL series. And they weren't into the role. The script overshadowed their fame. They only became famous because of their looks. Tawan_DDC's message. The words and actions reveal the personality of the person who tweeted this. Their thoughts are messed up, and they're incredibly rude. Quote tweet. Empty-headed person Ariu_45 heard that #Anda is not manly anymore. He's hooking up with a friend from his faculty. He's probably all loose now. Anda, I've disliked him ever since he starred in that BL series. I didn't find it engaging, and the script was terrible. He's only famous because of his looks. Dekvis's message. Social media is a society that follows the majority opinion, as seen in the #Anda is no longer manly. It's about judging a person based on what others say. Just a few comments are posted, and hundreds or thousands of people believe them, when in reality, they might not be what they're described as at all. I think you should stop this kind of behavior, because it's a form of moral gratification. And it got hit pretty hard, too. Boom, who was leaning forward to look at my phone screen, spoke up. I nodded in agreement before typing a message into the app. Fod's message. Encouraging Anda. Actually, I didn't want to use the #Anda is no longer manly, so I'll add another hashtag, Anda's smile. I tweeted it along with a picture of Anda standing and smiling, which I took while supporting him at an event. Then I looked up. I leaned up and smiled at the person who was being heavily criticized by society. He turned around at that moment, nodded, and smiled back. I smiled broadly back, just as that damn Gene turned his face in our direction. I pouted at him before turning back to see the couple beside him and letting out a deep sigh. After enduring watching my two best friends showering each other with affection for quite a while, I decided to sneak outside during a break in the competition. I still feel uncomfortable with this situation. Get some fresh air outside and clear my mind. Talking beetle. Meanwhile, I heard someone call my name. When I turned around, I saw the bright smile of a familiar friend from another faculty. Beam is a psychology student from the same faculty. We met because we had the opportunity to work together on a health science camp, which brought together the three faculties, my faculty, psychology, and allied health sciences, that have been working together for many years. Beam is the type of guy who's incredibly cute, and his personality is even better. Every time you meet him, there's just a wonderful vibe, unlike his friends. My friend Beam is great in every way, except for one thing. The problem is that Beam is Jin's best friend. Beam once told me that he was from out of town and rented a house to live with Jin and another friend who were studying science. What are you doing here? Jin invited me to watch a basketball game. I smirked immediately. There it is. Just thinking about it, the name instantly came out. irritating my ears. I heard you're competing in the finals against your faculty today, Fod. I smiled slightly. I'm rooting for you. Beam is really cute when he smiles. I couldn't resist reaching out and playfully ruffling his hair. I smiled so widely that I could feel the shadowy figure of someone else. Someone stopped at the back, and a mere glance was enough to diminish the earlier aesthetic pleasure until almost nothing remained. I hate the sight of him. Oh, Gene. Beam waved to the newcomers, while I instantly stopped smiling. Well, there's only one person who can make me lose my composure, and Beam knows exactly who. I don't really get along with his friends. When did you get here, Gene? I saw you called to say you were almost here, so I came out to pick you up. By the way, have you been here long? I stood listening quietly. Just arrived. I ran into a beetle and chatted with it for a bit. He glanced at me and gave a slight smirk. If you're not too picky, Gene is a really handsome guy. He has sharp features, dark eyebrows, a typical Thai tan complexion, and always has a smile on his face. His eyes look playful, and he's tall and well-built, probably well over 180 centimeters. When he stands next to his best friend, Beam only reaches his chest. At the same time, I was about 2 or 3 centimeters shorter than him. What are you guys talking about? Let me join the conversation, he said with a smile. We're finished talking. I'll be going now. I spoke first, then turned to go to the restroom, not caring how the person behind me felt. I needed to take care of my personal business first. I froze when I turned around and saw the person I hated standing there urinating at the urinal next to me. He glanced over for a moment and then smirked. Do you hate me that much? He asked, smiling. It's been so long, and you're still angry at me? I pursed my lips tightly. The feud between us was a long time ago, and I'm still mad at him, probably because of that day when some students from my faculty got into a fight with students from another faculty. I got in the way and got caught in the crossfire, resulting in me having to wear a cast on one arm for almost a month. This was during the time he was away trying out for the national team, before he returned with the injury and remained sidelined until now. The coach of the engineering faculty's basketball team, who didn't show up to supervise his team and started a clear fight on my side, almost escalated the situation and has made me mark him as a target ever since. I've been resentful of him ever since because he never showed up to take responsibility or apologize on my side. Only TOS, Art, and his seniors came to apologize to us. As for the person who led the engineering team to practice at the central gym until the fight broke out, he's disappeared without a trace. Honestly, I really want to understand why. He disappeared because he was called up for national team tryouts, but he should have fulfilled his assigned responsibilities instead of just disappearing like that. How can I make you stop being angry with me? I glanced at his face for a moment, and then Tom walked into the restroom. The guy who was peeing next to me then went to wash his hands. Then he walked away. I watched his broad back until he disappeared. You're not planning to fight him, are you? Tom asked with a smile, because he knew very well that I didn't get along with Gene. After we finished our business, we washed our hands before heading back to the gym along the path. AI fought. What? The question I asked earlier, you guys aren't planning to fight, are you? Nothing. So, he looked me straight in the face. Are you okay? About Dang and Boom. I sighed and shook my head. No way, I sighed in frustration. It's tough, Tom. He slapped my shoulder hard. I don't know how to help you, Fod, but you have to get through this. What happened? I spun around to look at the third person. I didn't know how long Boom had been standing there. Her curious and questioning expression left me speechless. I sighed. I caught my breath as Tom had already slipped away. Boom then walked over and stopped in front of me. What's wrong, Fod? Nothing. You can speak to me frankly. I shook my head when I saw the questioning look in her eyes. You're lying to me, aren't you? Boom's face was full of suspicion. You like Dang, don't you, Fod? I stammered. Boom's face and eyes were full of doubt, and they were red and teary. Did I hurt your feelings? I sighed heavily when she asked, her voice trembling. Boom is a loyal friend. If she knew I liked Dang, their relationship would end. Boom, I said softly. I already have someone I like. She looked surprised. We're currently in discussions. I spoke softly, my mind racing to find a way to distract my female friend. Who? Yeah, who is it? Who is it? I pursed my lips tightly, because I was lying to her again. Who is it, Fod? I was speechless. I tried to force a name out of my head. Boom knew I liked men, so that he could rule out any girls on my faculty. If it were a guy, I didn't know anyone except Beam. Of course, Boom knew Beam. She knew I could never like Beam because we were quite close and had done camps together for many years. She looked at me expectantly. For a moment, I thought of someone's face. Fod's thought. I'll borrow your name for a bit, Jean. Jean? Huh. Boom frowned. Who? I thought the matter would be over once I spoke up. If only the person whose name had been misused hadn't stopped behind the ditch, their eyes glancing over. For a fleeting moment, I smirked, a smile playing on his lips, making my face flush. Damn it, that's just too much timing. Chapter 2. Tom nudged me with his foot and asked, "This jerk has hands, but uses his foot. So annoying." I bared my teeth at him. Not getting anywhere. Is there a lot left? I sighed and nodded slightly, quite worried about this. I'm in my 3rd year, so I don't have much time left to complete my internship hours before I have to start my professional practice in my field in my 4th year. But the faculty has regulations requiring students to complete a set number of internship hours, which are divided into tasks in the order they need to be done. In my major, I have to be a fitness leader, a research assistant, and most importantly, a member of a sports team. Each task requires a different number of internship hours. I've already completed all the other required hours, except for those assigned to the sports team. Because it's a key unit, additional mandatory hours must be earned. I've logged over 20 hours, but I still have a long way to go. Go and join the soccer team. Tom gestured towards Dang, who was a university football player on the same team as Jean. Your friend is on the university soccer team, and the head coach is an upperclassman from your faculty. You can easily ask him for coaching hours. I shook my head wearily. Any team would do, but definitely not a football team. Tom saw the expression on my face and immediately shut his mouth. He probably knew exactly why I didn't want to be on a football team. Because I don't want to be near Dang. If I were on the football team, I'd definitely see Boom visiting Dang often. I don't want to see it. I'm going to be on the swimming team. I heard they're not training these days because they're all in training camp for the national team tryouts. Who are you going to train with to gain practice hours? Then, the rugby team. Can you handle massaging a rugby player? Of course, when you join a sports team, taking care of the athletes is unavoidable, from their diet to injuries, and often involves massaging their muscles. The point is, rugby players are generally big and muscular. Even with strong pressure, they don't feel anything. It's like ants massaging a giant. I tried it once last year and almost died, despite putting in so much effort. Yet, the athletes said they didn't even feel their muscles relax. Damn, that's such a blow to my self-esteem. What about the hockey team? I sighed. No practice sessions during this period. Damn, I'm clutching my head because there's absolutely no other option. Why? Why don't you want to be on the football team regularly? He narrowed his eyes at me. Nothing. If you don't join a football team, you won't be able to complete your internship hours in time. What Dang said made sense, but I didn't want to hear it. I sighed, glancing at Tom, who was looking at me sympathetically. I only have 1 semester left to complete another 20+ hours. Of course, the soccer team is the best option because I can spend my after-school time supervising their evening practice sessions. That's at least 2 or 3 hours a day. I expect to complete it within a month. I sighed deeply. Just then, Boom walked back to the table with an iced bread in her hand, a popular treat among the students in my faculty. The two friends' attention shifted to the Ovaltine shaved ice, and the previous conversation was put aside. I don't eat ice. Boom used a spoon to scoop up finely shaved ice and held it in front of me, forcing me to open my mouth to accept it. Is it delicious? I nodded slightly and smiled at her. It's delicious, but I want something spicy. I'm feeling sleepy, and I'm afraid I'll fall asleep during the afternoon class. Saying that, I stood up and scanned the food stalls in the cafeteria. My faculty's cafeteria is shared with 2 other faculties. It's quite crowded around lunchtime. While standing in line at the spicy salad stall, I saw a small, smiling friend from another faculty approaching from afar. Beam smiled, squinting his eyes, waved at me, and walked towards me. Besides Beam, I also saw another close friend from that side. It wasn't Jean, but the tall, stoic-faced man, a science student I mentioned earlier, often stops by to have meals with Beam. He nodded and gave me a slight smile, typical of someone who doesn't talk much, unlike Beam, who is both talkative and smiles a lot. During this time, I secretly glanced at him. I looked around, but didn't see anyone from the engineering faculty. But it's good that way. I'm not ready to face him directly yet because I still haven't forgotten what happened the other day, the incident where I lied about having something going on with Jean. Just thinking about it makes me so embarrassed that I can't speak. Luckily, after I finished talking to Beam, Jean just smiled but didn't say anything to make me look foolish. So I quickly grabbed Beam's arm and pulled him away. What are you eating? It's a spicy salad. Yeah, my mouth is watering. I want to try it now. I smiled slightly before my smile faded, and my expression turned sour when I saw the person I had just trusted not to show up standing next to Beam. Then I forced a smirk. His mouth moved towards me as a greeting. Beam, I have a stomachache. I'm going to the bathroom first. I can't stay here anymore. If you can run, run first. I quickly pulled away without looking back, because I didn't dare face someone who always had a smile on his face like that. So, I walked on for a while until I stopped at a bench under the building outside and sat down there. Damn it. Knowing full well that I hate his guts, how could I accidentally blurt out that I'm talking to Jean? Damn it. I clutched my head, biting my nails, trying to figure out how long I have to keep lying to Boom. As long as Jean and I are strangers, Boom will eventually find out. I don't even want to think about what it will be like when that day comes. I stood there for I don't know how long, until I heard footsteps approaching me. I turned to look. What the heck is Jean talking on the phone about? I quickly turned my back and tried to avert my face so he wouldn't notice. During that time, I heard a deep voice but couldn't make out what was being said. The sound faded away. I guess he had gone back. I turned around to look and jumped in surprise to see him standing beside me. I don't know when he started. He crossed his arms and looked at me with a smile. Do you like eavesdropping on other people's phone conversations? It wasn't me. Then why are you acting so secretive? I don't want to hear or get involved in your affairs at all. Is that how someone says, we're just talking? My face flushed, especially when I saw those sharp eyes staring directly at me like that. He moved closer. Do you like me? I shook my head quickly. I really hated the smirk on his face. No way. Then why did you say that? I swallowed hard before lowering my gaze to the floor. It's just to make the people I love feel comfortable. For what? I looked up and sighed. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. He narrowed his eyes at me before nodding slightly. Just then, Boom walked towards us. I didn't know how to react when I saw Boom's wide grin upon seeing me. She looked at Jean before turning her face and walking away in another direction. I sighed deeply. I would never hurt my best friend's feelings. Never. Wait a minute. I grabbed his arm. He paused for a moment before turning around. Since I've already been impersonated anyway. He made a confused face. Help. What? Help by flirting with me. I mumbled something under my breath. What did you say? Could you pretend you're flirting with me? I looked up and stared straight at him. Why would I do that? I pressed my lips together tightly. You once asked me. I lowered my gaze to the floor. What you had to do to make me stop being angry about what happened last year. Already. If you act like you're flirting with me, I'll let go of my prejudice and stop being angry with you. He smirked and burst into laughter. How long? He asked with a smile. Just 1 month. Only 1 month. Just 1 month, he repeated. Okay. Huh. I was stunned by how easily he agreed. The more I looked into his eyes, the more awkward I felt. I'm going to win you over. Wait a minute. Why does this feel so strange, like he's actually flirting with me? This afternoon, my friends and I had a class outside our faculty, located in a different zone. Since my health science faculty is separate and quite far from the main faculty buildings, we had to take the university shuttle bus, which stops near the engineering faculty. But Boom wanted coffee, so she dragged us to a coffee shop near the engineering faculty, not far from the science faculty where we had our class today. Iced cocoa. I went in to order my favorite menu item, while Dang and Tum waited outside. On the other hand, Boom is a fan of strong coffee. Meanwhile, I felt my phone ring with a notification. When I took it out, I saw a notification on the screen saying someone had added me as a friend on Facebook. Facebook notification. Jean. Jenna added you as a friend. I was surprised to see someone with that Facebook name send a friend request. I knew who owned the Facebook account because I've known Beam for a long time. We're friends on this app. Every time Beam posts something, his close friends will like or comment. Of course, even though I'm not friends with that person, I see all the notifications. I'm going to court you. The person who said that sent me a friend request. I froze. Honestly, I didn't know what to do. We'd agreed that he should act as if he were flirting. Maybe his friend request was the first step. If he just came straight up and started flirting, it would be weird, especially since my friends know that he and I haven't gotten along in the first place. I hesitated for a moment before accepting the friend request. As I put my phone in my pocket, it vibrated violently in my hand as if I had an incoming call. On closer inspection, it was a call from the Messenger app. Jin's incoming call appeared on the screen. I frowned in surprise. Just then, another message popped up. Deep's message. Sorry, my friend, I was messing with you. Fodoang's message. Yeah, I typed back, knowing there was no way he'd call me himself, even though we're temporarily allies right now. Deep's message. My friend is pretending to hang up. Wait a minute. I stared at the chat message, wanting to read it clearly to understand its meaning. My friend was about to hang up, but it didn't work. Did you intend to hang up yourself? I didn't know how to react, but then the person who sent the message called again. Jin's incoming call appeared on the screen. Yes, I spoke into the phone. Are you at the coffee shop in front of my faculty building? Jin's voice came through. How did he know? Does he have psychic abilities? I immediately looked left and right, searching for him. Yes. Wait there. Why? You told me to act like I'm trying to flirt with you. Yes, that's right. I'm on my way. This is the first day I've started courting you. I pursed my lips tightly, feeling my ears burning for some reason, until the waiter called me to take my order. I walked out of the restaurant dazed. Boom looked surprised as she silently watched from afar. What's wrong with you, PD? I scratched my head and looked around to find the person I had just hung up on. Who called just now? I forced a smile before saying, that Jean guy. There you go, she teased, smiling. You know what? When you said you were talking to Jean, I didn't really believe it. You two hate each other's guts. Not only did she disbelieve it, but I also couldn't believe my ears that he actually agreed to pretend to flirt with me. I gave my best friend an awkward smile before walking away. I rejoined my two friends outside the shop, just as Jean walked by with his close group of friends, except for Anda, who wasn't there. I was taken aback when he walked straight up to me and stopped. His handsome face curved into a slight smile, his eyes fixed on me, leaving me speechless. Are you playing the role a little too well? What are you doing around here? He asked, while I just stood there stunned. Dang frowned, and Tum looked completely bewildered that the news of the two faculties getting along last year had spread everywhere. Of course, my close friend knew exactly how much I disliked Jean, and he himself seemed not to want anything to do with me. But today he surprisingly came over and talked to me normally. Actually, it was even unusually normal because he was talking and smiling like that. I scratched my head. I have classes at the Faculty of Science. Okay, study hard. My group of friends whistled and cheered, making faces as if they were teasing me. Tum's eyes widened in shock, as if he'd seen a ghost. Dang had already choked on the coffee that Boom had bought for him. This was in stark contrast to Jin's friends. A mere shrug wasn't enough. Both Toes and Art high-fived as if they were quite amused by Jin's chillingly soft question. I should get out of this awkward situation, so I grabbed his arm and pulled him away. Where are you going? Jean asked with a smile after I had dragged him quite a distance from the coffee shop. I crossed my arms and glared at him, looking serious. What are you planning to do? I'm trying to woo you. I immediately bared my fangs at him. You're acting way too realistically. The person in front of me shrugged before a smirk appeared on his lips. That kind of behavior made me shake my head. That's enough for today. My friends are already shocked enough. I said with a dejected expression. We've hated each other's guts for years, and suddenly we're sparking a romance. Isn't that a bit too strange? Do you think it's strange? That's weird. Why would you ask that? Really? He said, smiling. I don't think that's surprising. It's normal for people who are dating. Damn it, I feel my face flush. You're being too nice to me. I frowned. So how should I say it? He asked, smiling. Don't use a sweet, flirtatious tone with me. What are you doing around here today? The tone of his voice was normal, but it's my ears that are abnormal, because it sounds so soft and gentle, I can't quite explain it. Or, what are you doing around here today? His voice became flat, but his eyes remained fixed on me. Which one do you prefer? Do you prefer it the way I said it before, or the way I said it just now? I pressed my lips together tightly. When did you start liking me? That question is incredibly ambiguous. I don't like you. Jean smirked while I made a face at him. Just then, Anda walked towards us. He grinned and waved at me. I smiled back at him before he furrowed his brows when he noticed something unusual on Anda's face. The corner of his mouth was bruised and swollen, as if he had hit something. What's wrong with your face, Anda? I just tripped and fell a little. Anda's voice was cheerful, but his eyes looked strangely sad, which worried me. I saw your tweet, Fadawang. Thank you very much. I smiled to encourage him. Some messages on social media. If they're toxic, be selective about what you consume, I told my idol. Maybe you should stop consuming social media for now. Sometimes, acquaintances formed through written words can be cruel, perhaps because they don't speak face to face, and therefore don't consider the feelings of the person who might read the message. Stay strong, Anda. Anda mumbled thank you to me. It's almost afternoon. You should go back to class. Jean, who had been standing there silently for a long time, spoke to me. I glared at him, and Anda smiled, teasing his best friend's reaction. Then he turned and smiled at me for a moment. We're going now, Fadawang. Thanks a lot. Anda smiled before turning to his best friend. I'll wait in the room, Jean. Oh no, I forgot you're dating someone. The beetle is here. Anda walked away, so I spun around to glare at Jean. I bet everyone knows about my relationship with him by now. Study hard. You already said it. I made a face at him. People who are newly dating never get tired of hearing the same things, Jean said with a smile, so I immediately bared my teeth at him. But we weren't really dating. So, do you want to turn something that's a joke into something real? I almost recoiled when his handsome face leaned closer. He smirked before pulling away, leaving the burden on me. It was so awkward, and I didn't know what to do. Chapter 3. I sighed and spoke softly, under the expectant gazes of 2 of my 3 close friends. Boom was the only one who smiled sweetly. Everyone was suspicious, except for the other 2, who were not entirely convinced. The first was Dang, who furrowed his brows in thought. He was definitely suspicious because he was a close friend of Jin's from their university, having known him since their first year. They both got into university through the Athletic Excellence Scholarship Program, so they were quite close and knew each other well. As for Tum, he knows exactly how much I hate Jin. Every time I talk about him, I never say anything good. There is no way Jin and I can get along easily. Now I am suddenly saying I am talking to Jin. So how can my friends not be surprised and make faces as they have actually seen it happen? It is hard to believe, I know. So, you 2 finally got together, huh? Dang was the first to speak. I am serious. Why do you like him? Yeah. Tum narrowed his eyes at me. You guys are not close, and suddenly you are saying you are talking to each other? Honestly, I wanted to secretly whisper to Tum that Jean and I were pretending to date. Still, I just found out that the reason Boom was suspicious about me and Dang was because Tum blabs when he is drunk. If I want to trick Boom into believing that Jean and I are really having something going on, I have to trick everyone else, too. If it is convincing enough that Tum stops suspecting, then there is nothing to worry about. But that is the problem. The person in front of me is still suspicious and looking for fault. We happened to run into each other often, so we ended up talking, I answered hesitantly. Where did you meet him? Tum kept pestering me relentlessly until I pouted at him before racking my brain to figure out why. He drives for Grab to earn extra income. I remember seeing Jean deliver food to the condo where my 2 younger brothers and I live. I did not actually meet him in person, but that day, I went to the convenience store with my younger sibling, and coincidentally, my sibling had just ordered food. The Grab delivery driver was Jean. Sadong, my younger brother, is a fan of Jin's team. That day, I overheard them talking. He used to deliver food to my condo, I said, secretly crossing my index and middle fingers behind my back. We have been talking ever since. The guy nodded his head. Honestly, I do not really want to believe you, but only a few people know that Jean drives for Grab. Dang looked me straight in the face. After soccer practice, every day he goes to drive for Grab. Only his group of friends and the soccer players know about it. I secretly sighed deeply, grateful for all the coincidences that made my lie more believable. But Tum still looked puzzled. You have never told us this before. When 2 people are meant to be together, they will not tell you everything, Tum. Boom spoke up, as if to help me subtly. It is hard to believe, is it not? Suddenly, rivals become partners. Just talking. I disagreed with Tum. Are you sure you were just talking? It made a questioning face. Today, Jean actually dared to walk up to you directly, Tum said. I did not want to believe it, but Jean just boldly showed up and walked straight towards me. You completely disregard your popularity with the girls, which surprises me. Fadawang's thought. Don't just say you're surprised. I'm surprised too. I am surprised too, like Tum, Dang said frankly. But I am glad you feel good about him. I paused, seeing Dang smiling happily at the relationship between me and Jean. It is a joyful thing that my two friends have feelings for each other. Fadoang's thought. The person I have feelings for is you, Dang. Jean is a good guy. You know, Dang said seriously. If it is him, I am relieved. I was so worried when you guys were fighting last year. He reached out and ruffled my hair. I quickly lowered my gaze, not wanting to meet his worried eyes because I was afraid. Afraid that his kindness would sway me while Boom was sitting right there. Are you sure you were talking to Jean? Tom asked again, as if he could tell that I was doing that to try to distance myself from Dang. I answered softly before turning my face away, avoiding eye contact with it. Your friend is in love. Why are you guys making such suspicious faces? The guy shook his head before putting his arm around my shoulder and rocking me back and forth. You guys, you should be happy for your friend. Happy to see him happy. The two of them nodded slightly. Look how supportive you are, Pod. If you feel good about it, go for it. But if one day you feel like it is not right, do not forget that you still have us. Boom's face and eyes showed genuine happiness, which made me smile too. Boom is the first friend to know my preferences. She has always encouraged and supported me for who I am, just as Dang and Tum do. Dang even got into a fight with someone else to protect me. It is obvious who that jerk is, the one who likes to make nasty jokes about me being gay. I admit I do not like it, but I am not the type of person who wants trouble. There was a minor incident that was initially ignored, but when that guy, Dang, heard about it, it ended with him getting a split lip. That might have been the first impression that made me look at my best friend with a different expression. It was good for me, so good that one of my friends wanted to cross the line from friendship. I like it, while it likes to dart. Dang and Tum are my best friends. They have always been good friends to me. Even though it hurts so much inside, I cannot help but accept those two. They are a perfect match. They are best friends who developed a romantic relationship. If it were someone else that Dang loved, I would not give up so easily. But this is Boom. No matter how much it hurts, I would never destroy their relationship. I sighed heavily after my friends lost interest in my story. Dang turned to talk to Boom softly, while Tum still looked at me suspiciously. But because I did not say anything, he sighed again. It seems he is still interested in this. I will have to find a way to distract him. Look at me. Have you found a replacement for my broken earpiece yet? I raised my eyebrows in question, remembering that Tum still owed me something. He had borrowed my popular brand wireless Bluetooth headphones. It has been a week, and they still have not returned it. Heh, that bastard jumped in surprise as if he had been caught red-handed doing something wrong. But, I think I lost it. That damn Tum. It made a remorseful face. Yeah, I will definitely buy you a replacement. He promised firmly, then got up and went to the restroom before the teacher arrived. And a smile. Just seeing the #1 trending topic on Twitter today has eased my negative feelings. As I said, I am a fan of Anda, and the fact that the other side was harshly criticized made me feel sorry for him. Some of what was said was not even true. Seeing his face and eyes today made me feel even more sympathetic. Even though Anda tried to appear cheerful, his eyes showed a lot of pain. I love you, and at Anda love. For a mom, just seeing her child eat well, sleep soundly, be free from pain, and be happy is enough for me. Anda smile a lot. My child. Mum Tao Anda at Myson0. I really like the hashtag Anda smile. If you are secretly sending me a message, please accept all the good encouragement from here, my dear son, Dao. Tawan likes watching BL series. At Tawan_EC. Please, let us send lots of support to Anda smile. We once saw him helping to buy all the snacks from an elderly street vendor to give to his fans. He is incredibly cute and such a good person. Please do not tweet anything negative or hurtful. I do not want to say do not talk about his good deeds when he is no longer here. Let us be a source of positive energy for him. You are an empty-headed person. At Ariu_45. Just because he admitted to having a husband, does he really need to use the hashtag and to smile? That is so ridiculous. Najang Mengsi at Najanaja choose. If you cannot think of anything good, then shut up. And a smile quote tweet by Jeriu_45. Just because he admitted to having a husband, you have to tag and a smile? So ridiculous. Essence powders equals it is powder. Atlantis powders. Did And a smile come out as gay because someone caught him red-handed? I thought he was effeminate ever since he starred in the BL series. That BL boy's love company only sells fan fiction. The dramas he starred in were flukes that became popular, so he has benefited from that ever since. I do not give him any value. I want to wear flip-flops and then wear them too at Dekvis. People who get upset when they see others receive love should reflect on themselves. Being jealous is not wrong, but you need to know how to control your emotions. And in my opinion, And a Smile is a space for people who love their artist. If you are not into it, there is a button to delete trending tweets you are not interested in. Just in case you did not know, it is easier to delete than long tweets with negative tags. Karnsaii wants to marry Jinnah. At Karnsaii. And a Smile, if we look at it without gender as a determining factor, it is simply two people who love each other. We should be happier to see people in love than with those who are not. Do not hate each other. And besides, whether they love or break up with someone, please do not interfere too much in other people's private lives. The more we value our own privacy, the more we should respect the personal rights of others. I smiled when I saw that most of the messages were positive, even though some were quite harsh. But I believe that if Anda came to read this, he will probably choose to focus only on the positive things. I smiled slightly before tweeting Anda an encouraging message. Following is the hub currency. At following__happy. Smile a lot. Anda Smile sending encouragement and admiration for Anda's courage in being himself. I initially sought internship hours with another sports team, but I returned to the university football team because no other team accepted me. I went to do my internship and accumulate internship hours. That evening, I had to follow Dang to the football team's practice at the university's stadium. On this first day, I planned to gather information and watch the practice, as I had not brought any equipment. After greeting and introducing myself to the coach and the team's sports scientist, who were seniors from my faculty who had already graduated, I sat and watched the practice until it ended. During that time, I saw some female fans stopping by to give snacks to the football players practicing, especially Jean, who received more than anyone else. I looked at its pile of snacks and secretly made a face. Humph, you have so many fans, huh? Meanwhile, my senior asked me to get some massage cream from the athletes' changing room. I froze when I saw someone sitting on the long bench, about to change out of their sports clothes into the uniform of a delivery driver for a famous food company. That reminded me of seeing him wear that uniform while delivering food, and then I remembered that Dang had said he would drive for Grab after soccer practice. He glanced at me for a moment and smirked. Dung, he said. Dung. It is so hard, you bastard. My asshole. I glared at the person who called me that. My name is Fadawang. Call me by my full name. Asshole, you mean beetle? From Karnsaii to winged insect. It laughed amusedly. Your name is too long and hard to pronounce. If calling me Fad Duong is too long, just call me Fad, you bastard. It shook its head before turning to take off its clothes and change, so I averted my gaze and focused on the first aid kit. Then I heard the sound of clothes rustling against his body, so I could not help but sneak a peek. Damn, he has a really good physique. Tall and slender with an athletic build, plus a good face, he is sure to have girls flocking to him. And today, even just observing quietly, I can still see that an LGBTQ group bought him snacks. You are way too charming, damn it. I guess my face must have shown how much I disliked him, because when he turned around, he raised an eyebrow as if to ask me something. So he quickly shrugged, pretending not to know anything. Is something wrong? Nothing. Your face. It moved closer. What the hell? May I ask a question? Cannot. I responded so quickly that they dropped a leg. What is the real reason you are asking me to help you win him over? Just help, that is all. You do not need to know the reasons. I sighed deeply as it looked directly into my eyes. That reminded me of something it had said the other day. So, do you want to turn a joke into something real? I do not know what his intention was in saying that, but that day I gave him the middle finger before walking away. Dan came to talk to me today. I almost choked on my breath when he said that. It asked me directly if I was really trying to court you. So what did you answer? I stammered out the question. Because of it. What? I turned my face away. You like him, do you not? I stood there speechless. Nothing. Do we really have to go to this extent? It looked like it knew everything, and I did not dare meet its gaze. You promised you would help me. I spoke curtly. I must have misheard. I must have imagined it calling my name in such a gentle voice. Do you know what people do when they are dating? Well, I was speechless when I met the other person's gaze. I was just pretending to flirt. What you force yourself to do will one day become irreversible. So what do we do now? I asked, bewildered, before instinctively stepping back as it cornered me until my back hit the locker. That damn Gene. Shoo. He raised his eyebrow and touched his lips, gesturing for me to stop saying anything, before leaning his face closer, the tip of his prominent nose brushing against my cheek. That guy, dang, is secretly watching from the gate. It whispered in my ear, which made me stand still. But that bastard in front of me would not stop walking towards me until there was no space between our bodies. Then, I raised one hand and pushed against its chest. Gene. It held out a tube of massage cream right in front of me. Leg pain. So what? It tugged my arm, making me sit down next to it. As if that was not enough, it then placed its foot on my thigh. Give me a massage. I really wanted to flick its twitching foot away, but then I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye of Dang's soccer shirt. Still being at the door, I reluctantly squeezed some massage cream from the tube and pretended to give the other person a massage. Should I pretend to give him a stimulating massage? I secretly bared my teeth at it because, after a strenuous workout, you really should get a massage to relax tense muscles. And this massage thing, the stimulating aspect is that massages are commonly done before competitions to prepare the body. I bowed my head, silently playing the role of a masseur, listening intently to the sound of Dang's footsteps slowly moving further away. This is a good massage. Gene broke the silence, so I looked up from his sturdy feet and met the gaze of the other person, who was sitting with both arms resting on the ground behind him. His gaze, meeting mine directly like this, was as if he had been silently staring at me for a long time. Ouch! I deliberately put a bit of weight on his knee, which made Gene flinch and exclaim. He frowned for a moment. The look on his face showed genuine pain, which made me feel bad. The look of pain in his eyes just now was not fake. I glanced at the spot where I had accidentally put pressure on it, and saddened. Last year, he suffered an injury that sidelined him for a year, and there is no sign he will ever return to try out for the national team again. For footballers, the legs are very important organs. A serious injury can mean the end of their sports career. I pursed my lips tightly. I am sorry. I did not mean to. He shook his head as if to say it was okay. Dang is gone. It glanced towards the door before shifting its foot away from my thigh. Let me be frank, he said, standing up. Your friend will not easily believe that I am hitting on you. I pursed my lips tightly, knowing that Dang would not believe it easily. So what should I do? Gene shook his head before walking away. His demeanor left me unsure whether he would continue helping me, so I hurried after him. But I hurriedly tripped over a water bottle nearby, falling forward. Both hands desperately tried to grab onto something for support, and eventually, I managed to grasp something very crowded. They are so firm, like little balls. Shit. I jumped in surprise, looking at my hand that was gripping his butt tightly. Gene turned around, narrowed his eyes, and smirked. I quickly stood up. He stood straight, pretending I had not tripped, because I did not want to lose face in front of him. I just wanted to touch it, I shrugged. Nice firm butt. He smirked and turned around. You grabbed my butt because you wanted to know if my butt was firm, huh? Yeah, I shrugged, trying my best to suppress my embarrassment. Oh, really? It asked with a smile. Are you embarrassed? Hey, why would a guy be embarrassed? It was not me. You look so disappointed, Gene, I smirked, intending to tease him, but he moved closer and grabbed my wrist. What? I will give you one for free. His handsome face twitched into a smirk as he spoke. I stared in disbelief and quickly pulled my hand back when he grabbed it and placed it in the middle of his body. That damn Gene. Damn it, my hands are full. I followed him closely, intending to clear things up, but when I got outside, I saw Gene talking to Anda. Anda smiled slightly. They saw me and waved hello. Wow, Gene, you have been working really hard to win over Fudoang lately since you said you were going to try and get him. Anda teased his friend, while I could only manage a weak smile. Do you need anything? I stopped by to drop off the flash drive with my midterm assignments. Anda handed his best friend a small flash drive. I realized this was not my business, so I walked away. At that moment, I overheard Gene talking to Anda. Where are you going after you are done? I have a dinner date with my boyfriend. Aquarius is free today. Anda answered in a cheerful voice. And what is in the box? Oh, it is a haunted doll, Anda chuckled. Andy, my anti-fan sent it to me. My eyes widened as I secretly glanced at the contents of the box Anda was holding. Damn, they even sent a doll stained red as a threat? That is too much. I feel bad hearing that. Just like Jean, the person frowned. Sometimes, I cannot help but wonder if these people would feel sad if I really disappeared or something happened to me, Anda said softly, but his words made my heart skip a beat. I felt an inexplicable pang of loneliness. What kind of thing are you saying, Anda? I was just saying, Jean. Jin's expression was not good. He sighed heavily and spoke up. Take care of yourself during this time. If possible. Jean glanced at me, which startled me and made me quickly walk away, afraid he would think I was being rude for eavesdropping on their conversation. Nevertheless, I still heard the next sentence. Do not sleep in your car these days. Why? I want you to be careful about this, Anda. Be very careful. That is strange. Why would Jean say that to Anda? The matter faded from my mind when I got back to my condo. That night, I played games with my younger brother until late, and did not go to sleep until morning. The next day, I woke up with a start when Tum called. You. Tum's voice sounded strangely frantic. What the hell? Have you heard the news? What news is that? Turn on the TV now. I jumped up, still half asleep, and walked to the living room to turn on the television. A news anchor was reporting. Shocking news hit the entertainment industry this morning. Young actor Anda, who rose to fame from a popular series, was found dead in his private car. He acquired a condo, and it is presumed that he was stressed from the intense media criticism he has been receiving lately, leading him to commit suicide. My knees went weak, and I could barely stand when I heard that. Chapter 4. Nong Jean. The owner of a popular local food stall greeted me as I walked in. He smiled broadly and beckoned me over to pick up the box of rice a customer had ordered through the app. This one's for Jean. The kind shop owner gave me 2 extra lunch boxes, so I bowed my head in thanks. Actually, besides me, there was also a big sister, a guy with a feminine heart. The shop owner is always this kind to food delivery drivers and GrabFood riders. This restaurant is a frequent stop for GrabFood drivers, especially because the owner's sister cooks incredibly delicious, flavorful meals. I could barely keep up with the orders from regular customers. It was especially busy in the evenings during dinner time. I grabbed almost 10 food boxes that customers had ordered, loaded them into the food storage bag on the back of my motorcycle, and then went to pay for my own meal. No, I don't want a Jean. My sister waved her hand in refusal. I can't accept that, sir. You've been giving me free food for many days now. I spoke seriously because last week he'd been giving me free lunch boxes almost every day, to the point where I felt indebted to him. In business, it's not right to take advantage of someone's kindness. Everything has a cost. Even if he was generous enough to give it to me, I shouldn't just accept it without thinking. Then I'll charge you 50 baht. Gary quickly handed me some smaller bills and pushed them into my hand, afraid I wouldn't accept them. A good boxed meal with a fried egg on top would cost at least 35 or 40 baht each. He gave me 2 boxes, but only charged me 50 baht. That's only 25 baht per box. Nobody else sells them that cheaply. I'm sorry to trouble you, sir. Oh, I wish the customers at that table could think like Jean. He smiled before gesturing toward a table where people were talking loudly and animatedly. We eat here almost every week, and we always send the bill to the coach. I paused when I saw a familiar face sitting at that table, and the coach only comes to pay occasionally, sometimes only once a month. He was complaining and laughing at the same time, clearly not taking it too seriously. His shop is near a national-level stadium that athletes often frequent. I quickly turned my face away, but it seemed one of the familiar faces at the table happened to notice me. He stood up and walked straight toward me. I was about to start my motorcycle when he stopped right in front of it, blocking my path. It's been a long time, Jean. Silence. How's your leg doing? Is it feeling better? Jom. That was his name. In the past, we had tried out for the national team together before I had to drop out of the final selection because of an accident last year that tore my anterior cruciate ligament, my ACL. It's a serious injury for a football player because it requires surgery and a long recovery period. While I was recovering, I only played for the university team. Meanwhile, I heard he'd been selected for the national youth team and had caught the coach's eye. We weren't exactly friends. Even when we practiced together, we were competitors. Bad luck, huh, Jean? I haven't seen you at the tryouts in ages. He sneered. It's no fun seeing a rival end up like this. I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth. I lowered my gaze and tried to steer my motorcycle away, but he kept blocking me. Are you not as good as you used to be? Shut your mouth. I spoke calmly. Gene the football star, huh? He snorted. Now you're pathetic. Driving for Grab just to pay for your studies. How pathetic. Wow. I glanced at him. Are you really that broke? I'm a food delivery driver, but I can still afford to pay for my own meals. I smirked and stared straight at him. As for you, your football allowance isn't even enough to feed you. You had to eat for free while waiting for the coach to pay your bill. That was a little disappointing. I'm just a nobody, while you. I moved my motorcycle closer to him. He flinched and stepped back, startled by the smile on my face. That's so lame. I said one last thing before twisting the throttle and riding away. The moment I left, I instinctively accelerated. I wanted the wind to rush into my helmet. My mind finally felt clear after all the chaotic thoughts running through it. After delivering my last order of the day, I parked beside the fence of a housing development. The lights were on in front of the house, and 3 dogs were lying there. They recognized the sound of my motorcycle and immediately got up, gathering by the fence and wagging their tails happily. I crouched down and reached my hand through the gap in the fence to pet them. Oh, Jean. A wrinkled face smiled warmly at the sight of me. Hello, Auntie. Come in, son. She opened the gate for me. I bought some groceries for you. They're all your favorites, Auntie. The homeowner opened the door and called out. A plump middle-aged woman hurried over, her face covered with age marks. And Jean, have you eaten yet, dear? I nodded. I'd already eaten lunch at my sister's shop, but I had bought a few dishes from there to share with her. Auntie, have you eaten yet? Auntie Ampor nodded. I had some soy milk and a rose apple this evening. Old people don't really have much of an appetite, dear. I followed her inside and headed straight for the kitchen to put away the groceries. While doing that, I noticed her medication packet on the dining table. I picked it up, read the instructions, poured her a glass of water, and handed her the medicine. Are you taking your heart medication on time and going to your doctor's appointments, Auntie? She smiled as she accepted the medicine and water. Whether I die tomorrow or the day after, it doesn't really matter. I sat beside her and gently squeezed her wrinkled hand. She sighed deeply before finally taking the medicine. Then she turned toward me with a smile. Her aged eyes studied my face, and a hand reached out to gently stroke my cheek. It would be good if Pyrrha, his wife, and their child were still alive. She glanced at the picture frame in the corner, and tears welled up in her eyes. A smiling man and woman looked at each other from the photograph, while a toddler grinned happily in the woman's arms. The pain in Auntie Amporn's eyes left me speechless. I'm sorry. My voice trembled. I'm sorry I couldn't help them. A wrinkled hand gently stroked my head. Auntie Amporn smiled through her tears. Jean, you did your best, son. Don't blame yourself. We can't change anyone's destiny. I've known Auntie Amporn since I first came to Bangkok to study. My friends and I were looking for a rental house because our part-time jobs made dorm life inconvenient. That's when we met her. She had a house available for rent, and because we were kids from the provinces, she took a liking to us. At first, she didn't even charge rent. Only after we started earning money from our part-time jobs did she begin collecting it, and even then, the rent was cheaper than normal. I became close to her family. I got to know her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. She loved cooking and often shared meals with us. But fate was cruel. Last year, her son and daughter-in-law died in an accident, leaving her all alone. I sat and talked with her until she started yawning. Then I excused myself and left. Jean, come eat with Annie often, okay? I knew she must be lonely. Apart from activities with the Senior Citizens Club, she spent most of her time alone, missing her children. I gently squeezed her hand. Yes, I promise I'll visit often. But if you need anything, you can always call us, Andy. Besides me, my close friends visited her from time to time as well. After leaving Annie Amporn's house, I drove to a famous fusion restaurant along the main road and waited for Beam. While sitting on my motorcycle, I found myself thinking about my conversation with Annie Amporn. I was born into a poor family. My mother died when I was young. As for my father, I don't want to talk about him. As far as I'm concerned, he's never existed. I grew up in a temple and was raised by my maternal grandfather after my mother died. Fortunately, I had talent as a football player. I'd played football since childhood and once led my school team to a youth championship. That talent helped me gain admission to the engineering faculty of a prestigious university. But my dream of becoming a professional football player was interrupted by the accident last year. I couldn't return for the national team tryouts. The injury was serious. I knew it wouldn't heal easily. I had two choices: quit or keep pushing my body beyond its limits. But because football had helped me enter university, I still had to play for the university team until graduation. As for the dream of playing for the national team, that was another matter entirely. I had to take a break. Luckily, the faculty awarded me a scholarship. Despite missing many classes during my first year, I managed to maintain good grades by studying lecture notes and preparing for exams on my own. After my injury and treatment, I returned to my studies and successfully earned the scholarship again. Have you been waiting long? I shook my head. Beam, my small and cheerful best friend, grinned from a distance. One hand was full of grocery bags. The shop owner gave me some rice too. Beam and I grew up together. We're actually cousins. He also had family problems and was eventually taken in by a monk. Fortunately, we both got accepted to the same university, though in different faculties. That's why we rented a cheap house together. Dorm life wasn't practical because we both worked part-time and finished late. I'm already tired from driving for Grab, and now you still have to wait and pick me up. He complained. After football practice every day, I drove Grab and then picked him up before heading home. It's late. I don't want you going home alone. Or do you want to wait for Thayu to pick you up? Besides Beam, there was also Thayu, who rented the house with us. He worked as a bartender and usually didn't finish until around midnight. I'm leaving now. Beam turned and waved goodbye to someone. Of course, there was nobody there. The area was completely empty, as if he were talking to thin air. I sighed, started the motorcycle, and waited. I'm leaving now. It's not over yet. He said it to the empty air before walking over and climbing onto the back of my motorcycle. Wear your helmet. He put it on. Beam. Huh. Did any customers give you trouble today? Beam paused and pursed his lips. How did you know? Because the person you were waving goodbye to just now told me. Oh. He nodded as if that were perfectly normal. Nothing serious, Gene. The shop owner handled it. I nodded and started driving. It didn't take long to reach our rental house in the old neighborhood. When I arrived, I noticed the downstairs lights were on. Normally, it would be completely dark because nobody was home yet. Then I spotted a motorcycle parked outside. That meant our friend had already returned. That was unusual. When I walked inside, I found Thayu sitting there, bandaging a wound at the corner of his mouth. What happened, Thayu? Beam rushed over. The handsome young man looked up at us. The first aid kit sat open on the table, and cuts marked the corner of his mouth and eyebrow, as if he'd been in a fight. There was a little incident at the pub. Thayu answered calmly, as always. I've known him since high school. Beam, Thayu, and I became close friends back then. Fortunately, all three of us ended up attending the same university. He entered the science faculty with one of the highest scores. Does it hurt a lot? Beam immediately helped bandage the cut on his mouth. Meanwhile, I unpacked the food we'd brought and arranged it on plates. So what happened? Some customers got drunk and started fighting. Thayu spoke calmly. So I stepped in. So you got caught in the crossfire? I joked. He nodded. Your lawyer uncle came looking for you today. My hand froze in the middle of serving food. He said he was a relative. I don't have relatives anywhere. I snapped immediately. Beam stopped what he was doing and looked straight at me. Gene, stop talking about it. I cut him off. In my life, the only family I acknowledge are the venerable monk, you two, and Uncle Amporn. Nobody else. The two of them exchanged glances and sighed. At that moment, loud shouting came from a nearby house. A woman was screaming. The three of us hurried outside to see what was happening. It felt like déjà vu. Most of the people living in this alley were elderly residents who'd been here for years. The house belonged to a woman whose husband had died after getting drunk and falling. A few months later, she remarried a man young enough to be her son. At first, everything seemed normal. Then she started screaming that her dead husband was haunting her and demanding she leave her new husband. The villagers were frightened at first. Later, they assumed her drinking had damaged her mind. By now, everyone ignored the disturbances. Nobody wanted to investigate at this hour except the three of us. Beam stood silently by the fence, staring into the darkness. The old woman's voice gradually faded. Beam's gaze remained fixed on the dark doorway. Uncle, please stop bothering Auntie. Let's stop holding grudges. I sighed heavily. No way. The reply came immediately. How did you know? Thayu asked. He shouted back so loudly he nearly burst my eardrums. I shook my head. The voice from the darkness had clearly yelled one word. Cheater. It sounded furious. Thayu walked closer to the gate and grabbed the rusty fence. He closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened them again and released the fence. Let's go back, Beam. I nudged Beam's shoulder. He hesitated. Only after Thayu nudged him too did he finally start walking. Some things are beyond our abilities. It's best not to get involved. Back at the house, Beam slumped onto the old sofa. Stop frowning. But uncle. I shook my head and sat down at the old teak dining table where Thayu was already eating. Sometimes knowing and seeing these things is suffering. Beam muttered quietly. I don't want to be like this. It's not just you, Beam. Neither Thayu nor I want these abilities either. Our story sounds like something supernatural. The three of us possess strange abilities. Beam sees things others can't. I hear things no ordinary person should hear. And Thayu learns information simply by touching objects. We inherited these powers by accident. The only person who knows is the monk who raised us. He always warned us that such powers were forbidden. Never use them for evil. Otherwise, consequences would follow. I sighed deeply and poked at the rice on my plate. Partly because it was late. Partly because something else was bothering me. To the point of death. That was the voice I heard while talking to Anda at the football field earlier. A voice I never wanted to hear. I first heard it on the day my mother died. The memory remains vivid. Whenever that voice appears, my heart pounds uncontrollably. Strange things happen. It's as though something unseen is trying to communicate with me, asking for help and sharing its pain. I hate hearing it. Because whenever I hear the word killed, something terrible eventually happens. And now it was connected to Anda, my close friend. I remembered our conversation. Anda's message. Why do you have marks on your face? What happened? Jin's message. I had an argument with my family. Anda's message. The one you came out to? Jin's message. They can't accept it. Anda's message. Wow. It's gotten to the point where they're using violence? Jin's message. Well, you know I'm not exactly quiet. My dad got angry, so he slapped me. Anda's message. My brother called me a pervert. Anda. I nodded to myself. I'm really uneasy. I don't want to hear that voice. I spoke softly. My thoughts drifted towards someone who cared deeply about Anda. Especially after seeing the pained look on that person's face when Anda received a doll stained red from an anti-fan. No matter how much they bickered, there had always been goodwill in Faduang's eyes whenever he looked at Anda. If something happened, would I regret it? Then let's pray tonight. Beam spoke quietly. Chong Beans _Delula _wife. Late the next morning, after finally charging and turning on my phone, I discovered more than 10 missed calls. Most were from my friends. I frowned at the old Android phone in my hand. Last night, exhausted from football practice and food deliveries, I'd fallen asleep right after praying. I hadn't even charged my phone. Just as I was about to call TOS back, he called me first. Jean. His voice trembled. What's wrong? At that moment, I heard footsteps pounding up the stairs. Beam burst into the room. His face was pale. He stood at the doorway, breathing heavily. Anda committed suicide in his car beneath his condo building. I froze. Then I hung up the phone. Don't worry. I love my life more than anything. I won't get hurt that easily, Jean. I'll still be here tutoring you guys for a long time. Why, Anda? My voice shook. Didn't you say you'd stay with us for a long time? The engineering faculty felt eerily quiet that day. Art's eyes were red. He looked ready to cry. TOS looked equally troubled. I can't believe it. He was talking to me normally yesterday. Art's voice trembled. We were even planning to have drinks at Swan Luang Park today. It made no sense. Before we parted yesterday, Anda had been smiling brightly as he talked about having dinner with his boyfriend. Why would he suddenly take his own life? Even with all the negativity surrounding him, he never seemed affected. Or perhaps he had been suffering in silence all along. I sighed heavily and looked at our group chat. The last thing Anda had written was that he was buying drinks for everyone. Then I opened Facebook. The first post on my timeline came from the newest friend I'd added. Faduang's message. I'm not cruel anymore. Status. Rest in peace, Anda. Have a safe journey. I hope you only meet kind people up there, smile often, and never have to deal with cruel people again. The attached photo showed him and Anda smiling together. One of them was gone now. The other. Who knew how heartbroken he must be? I quietly pressed like. Damn it. TOS cursed. Look at this. A person died, and reporters are still harassing the parents. I looked at the news footage. Anda's mother was crying while reporters shoved microphones toward her. His death had become major news. Reporters crowded the hospital where the autopsy was being conducted. Some even tried approaching the grieving family directly. The condo, the forensic department, everywhere was packed with reporters. Residents and staff could barely do their jobs. I called Anda's brother. The family was waiting for autopsy results, which could take weeks. We agreed it was better to wait rather than intrude on the family's grief. Did his parents give interviews too? Art asked. No. One channel secretly approached them. They were waiting outside the forensic department. Anda's mother had been sobbing too hard to speak. Fortunately, his father quickly led her away. People love drama. But turning someone's death into entertainment is wrong. TOS sounded angry. I silently agreed. Just then, one of our classmates rushed over. You guys, what happened? There are reporters here looking for you. They want interviews with Anda's close friends. I looked at my friends and shook my head. Losing a friend already hurts enough. I don't want to turn Anda's death into a spectacle. We stood and walked away. I barely absorbed anything during class. That evening, TOS and I attended football practice. Art had already gone home. Nobody talked much. The atmosphere felt unbearably heavy, especially when we saw Anda's fan sitting quietly by the sidelines. His eyes were red. I played terribly. Every touch of the ball felt wrong. After practice ended around 9 o'clock, I changed clothes. I was supposed to continue delivering food afterward, but I was exhausted. I decided to take the night off. As I was changing, Fadoeng walked over and dropped into the chair in front of my locker. He looked completely drained. I stopped in front of him. He looked up and pressed his lips together. Want a ride? I asked. He looked confused. I don't want to go home yet. Then let's go for a drive. His eyes widened. Why would you? It's normal for people who are dating to go out together. I spoke softly. He said nothing. Instead, he followed me to my motorcycle. I handed him a helmet. Put it on. Where are you taking me? I'm not selling you. Relax. He bared his teeth at me before climbing onto the back. When you're riding pillion, don't sit so stiffly. It'll make it harder for me to control the bike. So what should I do? Put your arms around my waist and lean closer to the driver. Okay. Fadoeng grabbed the hem of my uniform and shifted closer. I slowly started the motorcycle. In the mirror, I could see him looking down. He was trembling slightly. I slowed down even more and gently took his hand, placing it against my waist. At first he resisted. Eventually, he left it there. Not long afterward, we stopped beneath a bridge beside the river. Unfortunately, it started drizzling. I led him to a wooden pavilion lit by solar-powered lights. We sat there watching the rain. After a while, he turned toward me. Do you think Anda knows how much people miss him? I remained silent. Fu respects Anda's decision. He must have been exhausted. His voice trembled, but I still can't help feeling hurt. Silence. Maybe we didn't protect him enough. Maybe that's why he suffered through those cruel words until he couldn't face another day. Silence. Do those people know now? Do they understand that their insults help drive someone to death? I moved closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. Are you okay? He shook his head. Even as just a fan, I'm this heartbroken. Imagine how much pain his family must be in. Loss always leaves a wound for the people left behind. I spoke quietly. But time heals wounds. I held out my hand. What? Hold my hand. He blinked. Try it. You'll realize it's more than just a greeting. Fadoeng pouted and turned away. Even so, he extended his hand. We sat back to back. My right hand intertwined with his left. Silence. No words passed between us. Only the sound of rain. Holding hands at that moment wasn't simply a greeting. It was comfort, a way to help heal each other's hearts. Chapter 5. Fadoeng's point of view. #missing Anda. Anda will always be in mommy's heart. At Anda Love. To be honest, I still can't get over this. #missing Anda. But I respect your decision. From now on, you don't have to suffer anymore. You're okay now. Smile a lot up there, my dear. I want to wear flip-flops and put on a mask. At Dekvis. #missing Anda. Watching the interview with Anda's mother broke my heart. What do reporters want from interviewing someone who has just lost a loved one? Shoving a microphone in their face when the family isn't ready. What are you hoping to gain? Do you want to watch them cry while answering heartbreaking questions over and over again? Are you really looking for answers that only cause more pain? Mommy of Anda. At Myson 0. I miss Anda so much. I miss him terribly. Powder is powder. Adultis powders. Hashtag missing Anda. I'm sorry for once tweeting negative things about him. I'm truly sorry. I accept full responsibility. I didn't know. I don't know if he'll ever read this message, but I admit I was wrong for sending toxic comments to him. I'll be more careful with my words on social media from now on. Pattaya doesn't sell curry puffs. Huh. At currypup225. The lesson from losing my sibling should make people more aware of how social media can be used to hurt others. We never know how much pain someone is carrying while facing difficult times. If you know your message will be toxic, keep it to yourself. Don't type it. Don't say it. Sometimes silence is better than hurtful words. Finally, hashtag missing Anda. I miss you so much, my precious little brother. You mean love. At Stare. I saw someone posting photos of Anda's body on Twitter. Hashtag missing Anda. Please help report it. What the hell is wrong with people? Please show some respect to Anda and think about his family's feelings. How would you feel if someone posted photos of your own parents after they died? Have a safe trip, Anda. At 677 ISTF. Yes, we only want to remember his smile. Please respect him. We beg you. His fans are already heartbroken enough. Hashtag missing Anda. Quote tweet. You mean love's message. I saw someone posting photos of Anda's body on Twitter. Hashtag missing Anda. Please help report it. What the hell is wrong with people? Please show some respect to Anda and think about his family's feelings. How would you feel if someone posted photos of your own parents after they died? My bias is Anda, and I will love him forever. At RTVJK. Hashtag missing Anda. Watching old videos of him makes me cry. I miss him so much. I saw him at an event just last month, and he was still smiling and laughing with his fans. I sighed heavily as I opened the Bluebird app that morning to check the news. Of course, the entire week had been filled with comments about Anda. His sudden death became major news. Many television channels aired hour-long reports, and some even interviewed his family and close friends. Even now, I still feel shocked. That evening before Anda died, I saw him visit Jean at the football field. He looked completely normal. Aside from the bruise at the corner of his mouth and the red-stained doll box he carried, he was laughing and talking as usual. He didn't seem like someone planning to end his life. There was plenty of evidence suggesting he had been struggling with depression and had made that decision because of the overwhelming pressure he faced recently. But I didn't want to believe it. Deep down, I still couldn't accept that he was gone. For a moment, I remembered something Anda once said. Sometimes I wonder if people would actually be sad if I disappeared, or if something happened to me. Just thinking about it made my eyes sting. A lump formed in my throat. It hurt so much. I could only hope that today, those cruel people finally understood how much hatred and hurtful words could damage someone. He had already left this world. Now that he was truly gone, maybe the world would remember that there was once a kind person named Anda. A person who was suddenly loved by everyone, even those who had once been cruel to him. But it was too late. I sat there listlessly until the cold touch of a glass of water pressed against my cheek made me jump. Dang laughed. I bared my teeth at him briefly before he dropped into the seat beside me. You've been frowning for days. His voice sounded worried. Probably because he knew how upset I was about Anda. Aren't you going to eat? Now only Dang and I remained at the table. The others had gone to buy food. I still had no appetite. I just sat there thinking. Everything feels dull. I heard Jean say the autopsy results should be out soon. After that, the family will take Anda's body for the funeral rites. Jean and his friends are going too. As he spoke, he gently rocked my head with one hand. Do you want to go? I glanced at his hand as it moved from my head to my shoulder. Then I turned away. I'll tell Jean. I shook my head. Or do you want to ask him yourself? You two are talking now, aren't you? I hesitated. Dang narrowed his eyes. That reaction made me uncomfortable. A lie always leads to more lies. Right? I don't want to bother Jean. He's probably having a hard time too. He lost one of his closest friends. Dang sighed. Seeing you this upset over Anda makes me wonder. What? If something happened to me, would you sit around looking this miserable too? I immediately turned to stare at him. Dang was already looking at me. Would he ever know that every time he smiled at me, my heart fluttered? It was impossible to stop. What kind of stupid question is that? I bared my teeth at him. The idiot just shrugged. I was only asking. Damn it. Life and death aren't things you joke about. Why not? He raised an eyebrow. Are you afraid I'll die? Silence. You're worried about me, aren't you? You won't die that easily, you idiot. How do you know? He grinned. I'll keep bothering you forever. You're not going to die, so stop worrying. I folded my arms. You'll live long enough for all four of us to graduate and get jobs doing what we love. His smile softened. You said you wanted to get a master's degree and come back to teach at the faculty, remember? We'd been friends for years. Of course we'd shared our dreams. But I never expected him to remember something I'd said during our first year. Dang always paid attention to the people he cared about. He knew everything about me. Everything except one thing. The one thing my best friend would never believe. You'll probably become a sports coach, just like you always wanted. If football training doesn't kill me first, then maybe. He answered casually. That mouth of yours. I pursed my lips and turned away. But the idiot leaned closer just to tease me. My heart immediately started racing. I lowered my eyes. Then I felt his hand on my shoulder. I know you care about me. He smiled. That smile made my chest ache. Because you're my best friend, right? Fodoang's thought. Best friend, just a friend. Those words calmed my heart. The happiness inside me burst like a balloon. Fragments scattered everywhere. I forced a smile and looked away again. That's right. We're just friends. Fod. Boom's voice called from afar. I quickly pulled away from Dang's touch. He looked confused. Boom approached carrying a plate of rice. I immediately stood up and motioned for her to sit where I'd been sitting. Hey, where are you going, Fod? Sit down, Boom. I'm going to the restroom. Aren't you eating? I didn't see you buy anything. I'm not hungry yet. Are you feeling sick? Boom reached over and touched my face. I'm just tired. I haven't been sleeping well. Really? She still looked worried. I smiled and ruffled her hair. I'm okay. Are you sure? Sometimes I'm jealous of you, Fod. Dang suddenly spoke. What are you jealous of? I'm jealous that Boom worries about you more than she worries about her own boyfriend. You're talking nonsense. Boom shot her boyfriend a playful glare before smiling at me. As I walked away, I glanced back. The two of them were sitting together, smiling, teasing each other, perfectly comfortable. I smirked. I didn't want to admit it. But the seat I used to occupy before Boom arrived. That was the seat I'd secretly wanted forever. And when Boom sat there, the picture finally felt complete. Sometimes a seat is perfect because the person sitting there already chose who they wanted beside them from the very beginning. Chongbeans_Delula_wife. After using the restroom, I wandered around the food stalls for a while and eventually bought a bowl of tom yum noodles. I hadn't planned to eat, but I hadn't eaten anything since morning. If I kept going, I might faint. The sour and spicy broth would probably help bring back my appetite. Oh, I was so busy looking at the food that I nearly walked straight into Beam. Oh, Beam. Sorry. I almost ran over a beetle. Beam immediately apologized. No problem. Have you eaten yet? I smiled. Then I looked over his shoulder and noticed Jean walking closely behind him. Not yet. The cafeteria is packed today. There aren't any seats. Beam wrinkled his nose. I followed his gaze. He wasn't wrong. The place was crowded. Want to sit with me, Beam? My friends are almost done eating. I'm sorry to bother you, but all of Jin's engineering friends are eating here today. Will there be enough room? I nodded. Besides Jean, many of his close friends often came here. Just squeeze in. If this had happened in the past, I would have never imagined sitting at the same table as Jean. Beam looked just as surprised. Are you serious, Fod? Yeah. Okay. Sorry for the trouble. He smiled sheepishly. They won't stay long. Once they're done eating, they'll rush back to class. If you're in such a hurry, why not eat at your own faculty? Those engineering guys are avoiding reporters. I frowned. Why? Reporters keep trying to interview them about Anda. They've been hiding here for almost a week. I sighed heavily. Normally, when Jean came here with Beam, Anda would always be with them. That familiar figure should have been there. But today he wasn't. Thinking about it made my chest tighten. Nobody knows when their last day will come. I sat at a long table near the corner of the cafeteria. A group from the engineering faculty approached. I looked up from my noodles. My eyebrows immediately drew together when Jean walked over carrying his own bowl and sat right beside me. There are so many empty seats. Why do you have to sit next to the beetle, Jean? One of his friends teased him. My face immediately heated up. Everyone started booing and laughing. Except Beam. Beam just stared. Oh no. I didn't know whether Jean had told Beam about our fake dating arrangement. Beam glanced between us with a strange expression. As for my own friends, the moment they saw Jean sitting beside me, they looked ready to explode from excitement. I scratched my head awkwardly. Jean simply gave his friend the middle finger and continued eating. I lowered my head and started picking the offal out of my noodles. I hated eating it. The texture felt weird. Aren't you going to eat that? Jean pointed at the pile of intestines and liver. I don't like it. Everything in there is good. It hasn't touched my saliva yet. Want it? I like dried fish. Huh. Why are you smiling like that? Looks like somebody's getting liver today. TOS teased me. I glared at him. If you like it so much, you eat it. I pointed at the pile. Want the intestines too? What exactly are you planning to eat? Jean glanced at my bowl. After removing all the offal, only 2 meatballs and a piece of pork remained. I'd also removed the scallions and fried garlic. I hated the smell. If you're not going to eat any of it, why order it? I forgot to tell the vendor. I answered vaguely. Then I blinked. 2 extra meatballs suddenly appeared in my bowl. I turned around. Jean had dropped them in. Let's trade. Yo! The entire table exploded. Is your father a bird or something? Jean immediately turned and scolded his friend. You're ridiculously protective of those meatballs, Jean. Every time we eat noodles, you save them for last. We tried stealing them once and almost got murdered. Art's comment left me speechless. I think he's completely in love. Beam smiled. His words nearly made me choke. Beam knows. How? I turned toward Jean. He simply shrugged. I traded meatballs for offal. Oh, really? Nobody believed him. He lowered his head and continued eating. Meanwhile, I had to endure everyone's teasing stares. Are you serious about pursuing my friend? Tom suddenly asked. I nearly jumped. Jean looked up. Do you really need to ask after all this? TOS laughed. You two have been talking forever. Haven't you considered dating for real? The teasing intensified. Oh, everyone joined in. My face felt like it was on fire. What's going on between you two? Ask him. Damn it, Jean. I immediately kicked his leg under the table. He merely glanced at me. Everyone's eyes widened. Damn it. Help me, you traitors. My friends simply sat there enjoying the show. Well, this is fine as it is. Jean spoke calmly. If the relationship between him and me changes, you'll hear it from me first. I pursed my lips. Something about the certainty in his voice made my heart skip. Take your meatballs back. I tried to return them. Oh, he's embarrassed now. Everyone started laughing again. Shut up. Jean shook his head. Then he put the meatballs back in my bowl. This time he added extra pork as well. That evening, I went to the football field to finish my internship hours. Jean and TOS had taken the day off to visit Anda's family. Jean had invited me too. I declined. It would already be crowded. I wanted Anda's family and close friends to have time together. That bastard is so arrogant. Dang stormed over, looking furious. I blinked. It was rare to see him angry. What happened? Did you see that guy? He pointed toward the center of the field. A familiar football player sat there. Jom. This year the coach asked him to play for the university's traditional football match. I nodded. So, he's arrogant. I can't stand him. That surprised me. Dang rarely spoke badly about anyone. It wasn't just him either. None of the football players seemed to like Jom. Practice finally ended around 9 o'clock. After treating injuries and recording internship hours, I went to the locker room to have the coach sign my logbook. As I put away the first aid kit, I heard a locker slam shut. The loud crash startled me. Then I froze. Jean stood there with his fist raised. Jom was standing directly in front of him. So that's what this was about. Jean had supposedly left campus earlier. Why was he here? Jin's face was terrifying. His jaw was clenched tight. His eyes looked murderous. Then he lowered his fist and shoved Jom backward. Did I hit a nerve, Jean? Jom sneered. So you're too injured to play anymore, huh? I stared in shock. Jean glanced at me briefly before turning back. With a split lip like that, eating must be difficult. Only then did I notice the corner of Jom's mouth was swollen. Do you want a broken mouth so badly that you can't eat at all? I had never seen Jean this angry. Usually he was smiling, easygoing, warm. But right now, he was terrifying. Even Jom seemed intimidated. He swallowed hard and backed away. Still, he pointed at Jean before storming out. Soon, only Jean and I remained. He glanced at me once and walked away. For some reason, I ran after him. By the time I reached the road, I was breathing heavily. A motorcycle's headlights appeared. The bike stopped beside me. Jean lifted his visor. Get on. What? I'll take you back to your condo. I blinked. A moment ago, he looked ready to kill someone. Now he was acting completely normal. Come on. He handed me a helmet. Why did you come back? His expression shifted slightly. I forgot something. I studied his face. Then I accepted the helmet and climbed on. While riding, I glanced at his injured knee. The left one. The same knee that had made him wince when I treated him before. Fodoang's thought. So you're too injured to play anymore, huh? Thinking about what Jom had said, I reached out and gently touched his knee. A large hand immediately covered mine. What are you doing? His eyes sparkled with amusement. Nothing. I tried pulling away. He grabbed my hand again. Then he tugged me closer. Let go. Could you stop grabbing my knee and hug my waist instead? What's wrong with you? Is that okay? Damn it. How did touching his knee become hugging him? I didn't know what expression to make. Eventually, I gave up and wrapped my arms around his waist. The ride to my condo took less than 20 minutes. After we arrived, I returned the helmet. When Gene got off the motorcycle, his left knee took his full weight. He winced. Hey. How did things go at the forensic department today? I didn't know how else to continue the conversation. At least Ando was a topic we could both discuss. Fu hates the word if. His gaze drifted away. It always makes me think. If Ando were still here, everything would be better. You guys must have been really close. Yeah. He smiled faintly. He was my first friend at university. Then he pulled out his old cracked Android phone. After scrolling for a moment, he handed it to me. A first-year group photo. Ando still had long hair. Everyone looked so young. I glanced at Gene. Back then he looked like a kid. Now he had a beard and looked much older. Engineering really changes people. His skin in the photo looked so smooth. Almost like a film student. Real engineering students don't look like that. How? Gene smirked. Because in photos, the real person can't make your heart flutter. Damn it. He laughed softly. The sound eased my worries. Moments ago I'd seen him furious beyond belief. I still wondered what Jom had said to him. Suddenly his phone buzzed. A line notification. I couldn't see the message. Only the sender's name. Gene looked at it and smiled slightly. Probably one of the girls in his contacts. I shrugged. Then he opened it right in front of me. A Buddha image, along with a cheerful good morning picture. I looked up. He only smiled. Since he clearly wasn't going to explain, I didn't ask. Instead, I glanced at his knee again. Knee. He immediately looked up. Your knee? I'm sorry I massaged it too hard that day. It's okay. Does it still hurt? Do you need a compression bandage? If it still hurts, what are you going to do? He looked directly at me. I sighed, then tugged on his shirt. Come with me. He looked confused but followed. Soon we were sitting on a bench near the condo garden. Roll up your pant leg. What are you doing? I remembered seeing Jom kick him earlier. I'll wrap it. I pulled a compression bandage and injury spray from my bag. He stared at me. What are you looking at? Roll it up. Luckily, he was wearing sweatpants. When he rolled them up, I finally saw it. A faded surgical scar. So that's why you disappeared for an entire year. Have you had surgery? My ACL was torn. I flinched. That kind of injury was devastating for a football player. I carefully wrapped the knee using a figure-8 pattern, a technique used to stabilize the joint. When you get back, put ice on it. You need to rest your leg, Gene. I spoke seriously. Thanks. He smiled. But training is intense right now. If you don't rest, it'll become a chronic problem. I've already spent a year resting. But it hurts again because that jerk kicked you. I tightened the bandage slightly. If you keep pushing through it, you'll end up hurting forever. He watched me quietly. Then he spoke. If I get hurt again someday, can I ask you to wrap it for me again? His voice was softer now. Can I? Those sharp eyes looked directly into mine. My heart immediately stumbled. Is that okay, PD? I sighed heavily. My face felt warm. Give me my bandage back. I only have one. That made him smile. Next time, wrap me up like a mummy. The bastard smirked. Then he climbed onto his motorcycle and sped away, leaving me standing there completely bewildered. Damn it, I stared after him. Do I need to buy extra bandages now? Muttering to myself, I headed toward the pharmacy. Chapter 6. I glanced at the box of wireless headphones from a popular brand that my close friend had slid in front of me. So you couldn't find it? Yeah, I lost it. Tom sighed in frustration and nodded toward the new, unopened wireless headphones. Did you buy me a brand new pair? When he promised to buy me a new pair, I couldn't believe my ears, because those problematic headphones weren't cheap. I'm almost out of savings. I immediately made a face. That's what you get. They don't know how to take care of other people's things. It's too late for regrets now, damn it. I'm never borrowing anything from you again. I shrugged before putting my new headphones back in my bag. Meanwhile, I pulled out my phone to play games while waiting for Dang and Boom. It wasn't long before the two of them came walking hand in hand, looking as affectionate as ever. The sight made me sigh heavily before I turned my face away. Of course, Tom noticed my reaction immediately. "You," he whispered in my ear. "If Gene ever asks you to be his boyfriend, you'd better say yes right away." "What the hell are you talking about? That way you'll forget about Dang faster." I sighed deeply. If I dated him just to forget someone else, that would be completely unfair to Gene. More importantly, it's a terrible idea. Come on. If Gene really likes you, he'll definitely help heal your wounds. But we're just pretending, aren't we? I let out a sharp breath. What kind of wound-healing nonsense is that? I shook my head. Just then, Dang and Boom walked over, looking puzzled. I simply shrugged, said nothing, and nodded in greeting. The moment my two friends arrived, they stopped asking questions. Meanwhile, I secretly glanced at Tom and pointed at him, warning him to shut up. His big mouth had already made Boom suspicious about my relationship with Dang. If he didn't learn to control himself, it wouldn't stay a secret forever. I sighed heavily and glanced down at my phone, frowning. Social media detective, secret news. There are suspicious circumstances surrounding Anda's death. Although the autopsy concluded that he died from carbon monoxide poisoning while his car was parked with the engine running, doctors found sleeping pills in his stomach and bruises on his face. Could it be that Anda did not commit suicide? Messages from a well-known insider account that exposed controversial social issues spread like wildfire. The post was reposted tens of thousands of times and flooded with replies. I pressed my lips together uneasily. For a moment, I remembered Anda as he had been before he died. He had a scar on his face, but he was always cheerful and bright. Before his death, he had even stopped by the football field to see Gene. He acted completely normal and said he was going to have dinner with his boyfriend. Was that really the behavior of someone planning to commit suicide? Then again, maybe the decision to end one's life happens in only a brief emotional moment. A single instant. One successful attempt. And then death. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about the report. If Anda really intended to commit suicide, why would he take only a normal dose of sleeping pills before leaving the engine running? Of course, sleeping inside a car with the engine running carried a high risk of inhaling toxic gases and dying. Maybe Anda hadn't intended to commit suicide at all. Maybe it had simply been an accident. But Anda was a mechanical engineering student specializing in automotive engineering. This was basic knowledge. Why wouldn't he know how dangerous that was? There were only two ways to interpret it. First, because he knew the danger, he did it deliberately to ensure the worst possible outcome. Second, he never intended anything harmful to happen. Either way, the whole situation felt suspicious. I spent the entire day thinking about it until evening arrived, and it was time to complete my internship hours at the football field. Today, Jin's friends had come to watch him practice. On our side, Boom and Tum were both free, so they came to cheer Dang on. It wasn't a serious practice session, which was why outsiders and students were allowed to watch. Meanwhile, I sat on the sidelines, helping massage and stretch the athlete's muscles whenever needed. Squeeze harder. The speaker was Jom, Jin's rival, and someone Dang hated. Not that Dang was the only one. I hated him too. This jerk was unbelievably demanding. First he wanted a thigh massage. Then he complained about a headache and asked for an ice pack. A little later, he wanted water. Damn, he's so lazy. The other two juniors from my faculty, who were completing internship hours with me, exchanged frustrated glances. Seriously, we weren't his servants. We were here to monitor the football team's training and injuries, not to be his personal assistants. I looked at the younger student who had been assigned to him and could tell he was close to losing his temper. So I nodded for him to back off. Come on, I'll take over. When I stepped in, Jom glanced at me briefly before a smirk appeared on his lips. Ah, that's a relief. You've got strong hands. What's your name? Fa Duong. That's a cute name. He smiled before staring at me intently. What's your relationship with Gene? I glanced at him. He must have seen me riding home with Gene on his motorcycle the other day. I heard your faculty and theirs became pretty close last year, didn't they? Yeah. So what exactly are you two to each other? He asked again. His expression and eyes made it obvious that he was evaluating something. What's it to you? I never got the chance to answer. Someone else spoke first. Gene. He stared silently at Jom. The massage stopped immediately. Jom grinned and looked back and forth between my face and Jin's before standing up. You never interfere in other people's business, Gene. Jean glanced at me briefly. I think I found your weakness. Jom looked at me again and flashed a mischievous smile. At that moment, Jean stepped in front of me, blocking my view completely. I didn't fully understand what was happening. All I knew was that the moment Jean stood between us, he slowly pushed me farther back. The more possessive you act, the more interested I become. Go ahead and try. Jin's voice remained calm. Last time your mouth was bleeding. Next time, you might be covered in blood. The threat was chilling. Jom's face immediately paled. Even after what happened last time, he still insisted on provoking Jean. He never learned. The corner of his mouth was still healing from their previous fight, and now he seemed determined to make things even worse. I gently grabbed Jin's wrist. If nobody stopped them now, someone was definitely going to get hurt. The moment I touched him, Jean let out a long breath as though forcing himself to calm down. What can you do with those useless legs, Jean? No, that bastard Jom still wasn't done. I had to release Jin's wrist when he pulled free and stepped directly toward his opponent. So I can make your lip bleed again. Then do it. My heart skipped a beat when Jean lunged forward. Jom was already preparing to throw a punch. Fortunately, the coach called them over to warm up and begin practice before things escalated further. The two of them separated. I released a heavy sigh while watching Jean walk away. Today he was wearing a knee brace over his injured leg. He was probably still in pain. He had spent an entire year recovering. Then that idiot had kicked him right there the other day and aggravated the injury all over again. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so stressed? Tom asked as I walked over to sit beside them. Hey, what's wrong? You don't look well. Boom sounded worried. I simply shook my head and turned my attention back to the field. After a lengthy warm-up, the players divided into teams. Naturally, Jean and Jom ended up on opposite sides. At this rate, the annual traditional football match was going to be brutal. I honestly wondered whether those two would even be able to play on the same field without trying to kill each other. I sat quietly watching practice. I wasn't imagining it. Jom was playing rough on purpose. Every time Jean touched the ball, Jom immediately charged in. Luckily, TOS was helping cover for him. Dang also seemed to understand what was happening, so he kept an eye out. But eventually, Jean got caught. Jom came at him from behind. Fortunately, Jean twisted away in time. Still, Jom's shin slammed hard into his thigh. Jean, the engineering student shouted as he fell. I immediately got to my feet. The coach called me over to provide first aid. I clenched my jaw as Jean limped toward the sidelines and sat near me. His face was tense with anger. His gaze never left Jom, who stood in the middle of the field wearing a smug smile. I could see the hostility burning in both of them. If nobody else had been here, I doubted Jean would have backed down so easily. His fists were clenched tightly. The atmosphere around him felt suffocating. His breathing was hot and strained, as though he was desperately suppressing his emotions. Just bear with it. I spoke softly while pressing an ice pack against his knee. He glanced at me briefly before giving a small nod. I think it's swelling. Go see a doctor after practice. Yeah. His indifferent response irritated me. It was as if he didn't care about his own injury at all. His eyes remained fixed on the field, so I deliberately pressed the ice pack down harder. He flinched and turned toward me. You should rest your leg. I know. Do you really? If you know, then why aren't you resting? Why are you even practicing today? My irritated tone made him raise an eyebrow. Are you angry? The question caught me off guard. Yes, I was angry. The realization surprised me. What exactly was I angry about? If you're angry, just say you're angry. He smiled. If you're worried about me, then just say you're worried. His eyes sparkled. You talk too much, you bastard. What are you looking at? I lowered my gaze to the bag of ice and kept my mouth shut. When I looked up again, Jean was still staring at me. Your mouth. He shook his head before looking forward again. Thank you. For what? For caring about me. When did I say I was worried? He turned and smirked. Your eyes did. Oh, really? Can you read minds now? He simply smiled. Are you some kind of superhuman with special powers? He didn't answer. Instead, he stared at me for a long moment. What are you looking at? Nothing. What the hell? He shrugged and refused to explain. I shook my head and removed the ice pack. It had been on long enough. Then I sprayed his leg with pain relief spray and wrapped it with a compression bandage. Sorry. I raised an eyebrow. What? I forgot your fabric binder at home. I didn't bring it today. Give it back later. Did you buy a new one? I paused. My hand froze while wrapping the bandage. My eyes landed on the new elastic wrap I had bought yesterday. I had bought it just in case. Just in case someone needed it. Did you buy a spare bandage? He smiled. Why are you smiling so much? His smirk didn't fade at all. That's Tom's. I borrowed it from him. If I admitted I bought it, that would be the same as admitting I had prepared a backup for him. He pointed at the freshly opened plastic wrapper and the shirt I had just removed from the packaging. Looks pretty brand new. His voice remained calm. His eyes, however, sparkled with amusement. Damn it! I clicked my tongue. Then suddenly, a loud scream pierced the air. I jumped and immediately turned toward the center of the field. Dang had collapsed onto the grass. His face twisted in pain. Blood poured from his eyebrow. The sight made my entire body tremble. Silence. Dang's eyebrow had split open after being struck by Jom's foot during the chaos. Practice was stopped immediately, and he was rushed to the hospital to have the wound stitched. I walked over to Boom, who stood anxiously outside the emergency room, and gave her shoulders a firm squeeze. Boom burst into tears and threw her arms around me. She was terrified. I hugged her back and gently stroked her back for a long time before helping her sit down and wait. Meanwhile, Tom peeked through the glass walls of the treatment room where the nurse was stitching Dang's wound. The coach looked exhausted and deeply worried. Not long after, Gene limped over with his friends. Earlier, the coach had forced him to get his knee checked. Seeing him still joking around with his friends made me feel relieved. At least his injury wasn't serious. When the emergency room door finally opened, the nurse announced that the stitches were finished. Everyone rushed inside. Dang was smiling. Aside from the cut on his eyebrow, he wasn't seriously hurt. Tom had gone to the restroom and wasn't with us. Earlier, there had been so much blood on the field that everyone panicked. But because the players had been exercising intensely, their blood circulation was high, making the bleeding appear much worse than it actually was. I'm fine. Dang turned and smiled at me. The coach promised to cover all the expenses. I secretly wiped away tears when I saw him smiling. His face was pale. He must have been in pain. The nurse was really gentle, even though I needed a lot of stitches. Don't make that face. He grabbed my hand and gently shook it. What about the bump on your head? I'm going to the restroom. Before I could finish speaking, I heard rapid footsteps. Boom came running toward us and immediately threw herself into Dang's arms. That made me step back. I turned away as Dang gently stroked her hair. It's okay, Boom. I'm fine. Don't cry. I'm right here. I was so worried, Dang. I was scared something would happen to you, sobs. I love you this much. Where could I possibly run away to, Boom? I stood frozen. My eyes burned. Slowly, I stepped away and forced a smile through my tears. At that moment, Jean stopped in front of me. Our eyes met. I pressed my lips together tightly, trying to keep the tears from falling. I didn't want anyone to see, but Jean saw them anyway. I quickly looked away and kept walking until I reached a bench in the hospital garden. Then I collapsed onto it. Do you love him that much? I looked over at the person who had limped over and sat beside me. Huh, is that why you wanted me to help you win him over? Silence. It was almost 10 o'clock that night. The wind howled around us, but my helmet muffled most of the noise. I wrapped my arms around the driver's waist. Resting my head against his back, I felt his hand reach over and gently pat my wrist. I pressed my lips together, trying to hold back my sobs. I didn't know where Gene was taking me. I didn't know why I had climbed onto the back of his motorcycle. I didn't know why I trusted him. I didn't know anything. My mind was completely blank. I didn't want to think anymore. Eventually, the motorcycle stopped in front of a roadside restaurant. I climbed off in confusion and started to follow him. Then he suddenly stopped and leaned closer. Are you planning to go inside wearing a helmet? I fumbled awkwardly. Before I could figure it out, he reached over and unclipped the helmet for me. I can do it myself. I know you can. He looked directly into my eyes. But I want to help. His voice softened. Can I help you? Reluctantly, I nodded. Then I quickly looked away, unable to hold his gaze. Jin's eyes were so gentle that I didn't know how to handle them. Finally, I followed him into the restaurant. The owner seemed familiar with him and greeted him cheerfully. Then he looked at me and smiled. Gene, you brought a friend today? Yeah. The owner glanced between us and smiled knowingly. The usual Gene? Yes. Then he pointed toward me. Give him the signature dish, but no spring onions or fried garlic. He paused and packed some food to take home too. 2 orders. The owner grinned. Those must be for Uncle Amporn. Yeah. After ordering, Jean led me to a quiet corner. I still wasn't sure how to react. One moment I had been crying. The next, I was sitting at a roadside restaurant. Strangely enough, I was beginning to feel hungry. Maybe being dragged out for food really could interrupt sadness a little. What made you bring me here? He shrugged. Crying burns energy. Eat something and get it back. He crossed his arms and smiled. Eat until you're full. Then you can continue crying tonight. It's not too late to cry anymore. What kind of logic is that? I narrowed my eyes. Do you bring people here often? Instead of answering, he changed the subject. I brought you here to celebrate your unrequited love. His face remained perfectly serious. A love for a friend that's never going to be returned. You bastard, why do you keep bringing that up? I glared at him. You'll only see me cry once, Jean. Silence. I won't let you see me cry again. I'll let go. I won't be weak anymore. He raised an eyebrow and looked directly at me. But I want you to cry for me. Silence. If you can't take it anymore, come cry with me. What did you say? There's nothing wrong with crying, Fa Duong. Whether you're happy, sad, or upset, crying is normal. His voice was sincere. Let it all out. And if you need someone to listen, I want that person to be me. For what? Weren't we already talking? We were only pretending to talk. I immediately objected. I never talk casually with anyone. I sat there stunned. A smirk appeared on his face as he continued. And I've never brought anyone else to eat at this restaurant before. Again, my heart started racing because of him once more. Chapter 7. I lay down on my bed and let out a long sigh, my thoughts racing. Especially about what Jean had said at the restaurant before we parted ways. That moment kept replaying in my mind. I never talked to anyone casually. The expression on his face and the way he carried himself when he said those words kept me awake for half the night. Eventually, I gave up trying to sleep and walked into the living room. My younger brother, Satong, was sitting there watching television. Without taking his eyes off the screen, he nodded in greeting. A live broadcast of an important football match was playing. As I've mentioned before, my brother is obsessed with football. Brother Fod, can you get me a glass of water? Okay. I walked over, poured him a glass of water, and sat down beside him. No school tomorrow? You're really enjoying that football match. My brother shrugged and took a sip. I wanted to scold him, but he'd been studying seriously for his exams lately. If he wanted one night to relax, I could let it slide. He probably just wanted to relieve some stress. I shook my head as Satong grabbed a pillow, placed it on my lap, and stretched out beside me. My brother and I live together in a condo near the university. Our parents bought it for us because our home is in the suburbs. These days, our parents run a restaurant in Australia and only return to Thailand occasionally. Because of that, Satong and I have become extremely close. I've practically been raising him since before he even entered high school. Can't sleep? Normally, you'd be fast asleep by now. Yeah. Recently, I've been busy accumulating internship hours and getting home late every day. Usually, I came home and slept like a log. But tonight, I couldn't sleep at all. Because of Jean. Because of those words. Did the person who said them realize the listener would spend the entire night thinking about them? Did Jean Hyung drop you off today? I narrowed my eyes at my younger brother. It wasn't surprising that he'd seen us. Satong had already gotten home before Jean dropped me off. Didn't you say you two didn't get along? Satong knew I didn't get along with Jean because I'd told him so. Naturally, I'd expected him to take my side. Instead, he always seemed to side with Jean. Later, I found out why. The two of them had known each other before. Both had played football in middle school and attended the same youth football camp. More importantly, Jean was Satong's sports idol. We've just been working together lately. Huh. Satong immediately looked interested. I'm completing internship hours with the university football team. Oh. The moment he got his answer, he lost interest again. I sighed heavily and checked my phone. While scrolling through random videos, I found something interesting and started watching it. Unfortunately, my brother's cheering kept getting louder and louder. Eventually, I got up to grab my headphones. If that's the case, why don't you just go to sleep? Satong teased when he saw me carrying the new wireless headphones Tum had bought as a replacement. I sat back down in my usual spot. I couldn't sleep. Why would I go back to bed? Are you making fun of me? I glared at him. He chuckled before returning his attention to the football match. I moved over to the kitchen counter and continued scrolling through my phone. Huh. I frowned. Out of curiosity, I checked the warranty using the headphone serial number. The expiration date surprised me. Normally, Products like these came with at least a 1-year warranty. But according to the information, less than a year remained. It looked as though the headphones had already been used for some time. Or maybe Tom had bought them through an overseas reseller. I shrugged and didn't think much of it. After removing the plastic seal, I checked the contents. White headphones. A charging cable. Everything looked normal. I paired them with my phone through Bluetooth. Then I noticed something else strange. The battery level was below 50%, almost as if someone had already been using them. Still, the connection worked perfectly. I played some music. The sound quality seemed normal. No problems at all. I opened the Bluebird app and froze. Someone had reposted a video of Anda interacting with fans. His expression was bright, full of life. Watching it made my chest ache. By now, Anda had probably found the piece he had been searching for. Then I frowned. The audio crackled. It sounded like interference. I removed the headphones and put them back on. This time the sound was perfectly clear. I must have imagined it. I pressed play again. Help! I froze. That wasn't part of the video. I paused it and listened carefully. Help! My heart skipped a beat. I jumped and ripped the headphones from my ears. Had I imagined it? Then why did it feel as though the voice had come directly from the headphones? I had heard it clearly. A voice saying, "Help!" A chill ran down my spine. Something felt terribly wrong. Not only did she hand me a cold compress, but she even opened the package for me. Boom was kind, loyal, a genuinely wonderful person. No wonder Dang loved her. Looking at them objectively, they suited each other perfectly. As friends, as lovers, they supported one another exactly the way they should. After Boom finished fussing over me, she turned her attention to Dang. She pulled a small first aid kit from her handbag and started caring for his injury. I watched quietly. "Do you feel better now, Fod?" Better," I answered softly. The scene before me felt warm, comforting. Seeing two good people together really was wonderful. I should be happy for them. If they were dating, then at least I knew Dang would take good care of Boom, and Boom would take good care of Dang. I had never really thought about it before, but after seeing the affection in their eyes, I had to admit it. It was probably time to let go. Somewhere along the way, I had stopped thinking about Dang. Instead, my thoughts kept drifting toward someone else. That fake boyfriend. Poke his forehead harder. Maybe it'll leave a dent. I pointed at Dang, who was acting weak and helpless because his girlfriend was taking care of him. "Hey, Boom, don't encourage her." Dang immediately protested. Unfortunately for him, Boom listened to me. She pressed the wound once. "Ouch!" He groaned while everyone laughed. I blinked in surprise. This was the first time I'd laughed out loud since learning about their relationship. Maybe this was acceptance. Maybe this was finally opening my heart. Being friends really was enough. Today, I could finally look at them without pain. I could simply witness their happiness. I smiled at them. Then my phone vibrated. A notification appeared. I picked it up. A new post from Secret News. Social media detective, Secret News. The situation appears increasingly suspicious. Based on the available evidence, and his family does not believe he committed suicide. Most recently, speculation has begun to emerge regarding new developments. Much of the backlash was aimed at Anda's boyfriend. The same boyfriend who had discovered Anda's body inside the car. I pressed my lips together tightly. A bruise. I remembered seeing one at the corner of Anda's mouth. And now that I thought about it, there had also been a mark on his neck. That memory lingered in my mind. Later that day, we headed to classes on the main campus. As usual, Boom went straight to the coffee shop near the Faculty of Engineering. She loved the coffee there. Personally, I still couldn't forgive the smoky blend I'd tried before. It had been terrible. As we approached, I noticed a group of 3 or 4 people in work uniforms walking toward us. I probably wouldn't have cared if one of them hadn't been exceptionally tall. The very same person who had kept me awake all night. Jean. I quickly lowered my head and tried to disappear into the crowd. Hopefully they'd walk past without noticing me. Unfortunately, that hope was shattered immediately. "Fodoang, do you want anything?" Tum shouted at the top of his lungs. "You son of a bitch." The bird brain grinned at me. I glared at him. Then my expression froze. Jean had stopped right in front of me. Here for class?" Jean asked casually. "Make sure you know your schedule." TOS immediately started teasing. You and Dang would make a perfect couple. The other football players joined in. The group erupted with laughter. "Damn all of you. Tonight I'm massaging your legs until you can't walk." What's so surprising? I kept my face expressionless. "We were here last week too." Then Jean held something out. I'm returning your fabric binder. Damn it. Why would he hand it to me right in front of everyone? Panicking, I grabbed his wrist and dragged him away from our friends. What's wrong? You bastard. What did I do now? He smiled. You don't have to act so convincingly. He crossed his arms and smirked. You? No need to explain. Then his expression shifted. Have you gotten over Dang yet? Why are you asking? I narrowed my eyes. Aren't you heartbroken? He leaned closer. Don't you think it's time to open your heart to someone new? No. I muttered. What was that? No. This time my answer was firm. You're not even denying it. I'm not interested. I bared my teeth at him. Just then my phone vibrated. An international call. I glanced at the screen and excused myself. The news was terrible. My mother called to tell me that my aunt, who lived overseas with her family, had suffered a serious fall and hit her head. Her condition wasn't good. My mother's voice trembled. Mine did too. When the call ended, I turned around. Gene was still standing there. Something about his expression felt strange. He didn't look well. Be careful. I frowned. Be careful of what? Tell your mother not to drive for the next few days. What? I stared at him. Why? He said nothing. He only shook his head and walked away. That's strange. Why would Gene say something like that? I watched his broad back disappear. Then I remembered something. Before Anda died, Gene had warned him not to sleep in his car. My heart sank. Immediately, I called my mother back. This time, my father answered. Where's Mom? Mom already left, son. The hospital called. Aunt Noth just passed away. My body went cold. Dad, hurry and go after Mom right now. What's wrong, Fadoang? My voice trembled. Then I heard my mother in the background. Dad explained that she'd forgotten something and returned home. A moment later, he handed her the phone. What's wrong, sweetheart? Mom. Hey, Fadoang. What's wrong? Mom, don't go anywhere right now. Please don't drive today. What happened? I pressed my lips together. She sounded confused. Then suddenly, a commotion erupted on the other end of the call. Apparently, a drunk driver had crashed into my mother's parked car outside the restaurant. I froze. If she hadn't gone back home, if she hadn't stopped to answer my call, she would have already been driving again. My hands trembled. Eventually, she hung up to deal with the accident. Mom was safe. Because Gene had warned me. The realization hit me instantly. I turned and ran. I ran in the direction Gene had gone. Eventually, I spotted him near the gear yard where his friends were waiting. You. I grabbed his shoulder. He turned around. What's wrong? How did you know? I glared at him. How did you know something would happen to my mother? How did you know? Want to know? He smiled. What are we to each other? Why do you want to know so much about me? We're talking to each other. You said we were only pretending. He stepped closer. If it was all pretend, why are you so desperate to know? Silence. Because he was right. So, I pressed my lips together. So what is that supposed to mean? What's wrong? What do you want us to be? The grin on his face widened. Aren't you heartbroken? Don't you need someone new to mend your broken heart? You son of a bitch. Couldn't you just say it normally? Why do you have to smile like that? Your face is red. You're so annoying. Fa Duong. If you're unsure, just say it. You bastard. He stepped closer again. Speaking of honesty, his voice softened. Say it. Tell me you don't want me to do this. I pressed my lips together tightly. Silence. If you don't say anything, I won't stop. His smile widened. I'll make your heart flutter even more. Then he turned around and walked away. That bastard. Just moments ago, I'd been terrified after hearing what almost happened to my mother. And now, because of his words, my face was burning hot. Damn it. Is this really the time to be feeling nervous? Chapter 8. Be careful. Suddenly, I heard the sound of the moon in my head. It was like a notification from somewhere, and every time I heard it, something bad would happen to someone connected to the situation. That person would end up hurt or injured in an unexpected accident. The first time I heard that sound, one of the temple apprentices, who was much taller than me, climbed a tree to prune some branches. Just before he climbed up, I suddenly heard the moonlight in my head. I looked around for the source, but there was nothing there. Soon after, a loud commotion broke out. The temple attendants rushed toward the sound of painful groans from someone who had fallen from a height. At the time, I ignored it because I was still a child. But another incident made me realize something. I possessed a strange intuition. As a temple boy, I often accompanied Luangda to religious ceremonies. Once, I went with him to a house blessing ceremony. That day, I heard the moonlight again and felt a strong premonition. I walked over and warned the host's son, but all I received was a puzzled look and laughter. I tried to tell him to be careful, but he only patted me on the shoulder and smiled. Soon after, it really happened. The man was involved in an accident and suffered the very injuries I had sensed. Why would you do that? The venerable monk asked me that day. I heard the moonlight from somewhere. What's that sound, Jean? He asked gently. That man is going to be in danger, Wangda. First, I heard the words, be careful. When I went to warn him, I heard the word come repeating over and over in my head. My child, some things are beyond our authority. But I really did hear it. Help him as much as you can, Jean, but never interfere with another person's karma. The venerable monk taught me. Some things we can only help with to a certain extent. Beyond that, it is not within our power. Remember this, my child. Never try to defy fate. Knowing the future is not a blessing. It goes against the natural order. If you interfere with someone's destiny, the karmic consequences will fall upon you. I can help when the warning is simply be careful. But whenever the word death appears in my mind, I can do nothing. Knowing the future is not a gift, just as Wangda said. It makes people greedy. It makes them want to hold on to happiness forever. No one wants to face separation or loss. I'm no different. I tried to go against fate once. Only once. The result was pain. I sighed heavily and rubbed my knee. One leg had been injured and out of commission for a year. I smirked at my own foolishness before letting out another sigh. For a moment, I pictured someone's surprised expression. How did you know something was going to happen to my mother? How did you know? His face had been full of confusion and doubt. But I couldn't answer. I wasn't sure he would accept the truth. My abilities were supernatural, and I didn't want to see disbelief in his eyes. I didn't want people to think I was strange. Because of that, only a few people know about my abilities, and those people are my closest friends. But it seems this secret has made AI Dang's troublesome best friend suspicious. Standing there smiling all by yourself, huh? I turned toward the voice and saw Beam grinning at me, his eyes crinkling mischievously. I reached out and playfully shook his head. What's so strange about that? It's strange. You're standing there smiling like an idiot. What's got you in such a good mood? I shrugged and didn't answer. So, how did helping with the preparations for Anda's ceremony go today? Beam changed the subject when he realized I wasn't going to tell him anything. There were a lot of people. After football practice, I went to help Anda's family prepare the venue for the religious ceremony after the forensic examination was completed. TOS, Art, and I helped set up the hall. Since Anda's father and older brother were both influential people, and Anda himself was a famous actor with many connections in the entertainment industry, everything had to be carefully arranged. The event went smoothly, except for one moment. I remembered it clearly. Anda's mother had broken down in tears and struck her husband repeatedly while sobbing. It's all your fault. You hurt my son's feelings. Humph. You and Uncle Ithi are the cruel ones. You're the reason Anda wanted to end his life. Mom, please calm down. Don't hit Dad. Ithi, don't interfere. You're just as bad. You said terrible things to my son. You're cruel. Why did you do that to him? I'm sorry. Give Anda back to me. Give me my son back. Give me my child back. Anda. Oh, Anda, my son. Mom, please calm down. I remembered trying to stop her while the room descended into chaos. Jean, take Mom away from here. She doesn't want to see these cruel people. Take her away. Please calm down, Mom. Anda, why did you do this, my child? Why did you leave your mother behind? Eventually, the situation calmed down. Fortunately, there weren't many reporters around. Otherwise, it would have become major news. I understood her pain. Anda's mother was devastated and angry at her family. But when I looked at Anda's father and older brother, I felt sorry for them too. Their eyes were red and swollen. Their faces were filled with grief. His father silently wiped away tears. His brother sat with his head bowed and shoulders slumped in defeat. No one escaped this loss without pain. The wound left behind was enormous. It was getting late, so I excused myself and headed home, thinking the family probably needed rest. On the way, I picked up Beam since it was along my route. What were you smiling about earlier? Beam kept pestering me. Normally, you're not the type to stick your nose into other people's business. He made a ridiculous face. Saying I'm nosy directly would hurt less. I laughed and flicked his forehead. We're worried. Worried? I frowned. Since Anda passed away, you've looked stressed every day. This is the first time I've seen you smile, Beam said seriously. When you smiled earlier, your face looked like I scored a goal in football. You're exaggerating. Stop avoiding the question. What were you smiling about? Nothing. I shook my head again. Oh dear. It's pretty obvious who's making you happy these days. Who? I asked innocently. Someone from the faculty next door. Beam winked. You've been hanging around him for a while now. I ignored him. If you like him that much, why don't you just ask him out for real? Beam raised an eyebrow. Why keep pretending to flirt? I sighed heavily. You talk too much, Beam. Changing the subject again. Beam sneered before going quiet. I could tell there was something else on his mind. What is it? Today, he mumbled. The lawyer uncle came to your house again. You left early this morning, so he came after you went to school with Theo. I sighed deeply. Why don't you tell him to leave? I have nothing to discuss with him. Jean. I immediately frowned. You should talk to him. Maybe your grandmother. It doesn't concern anyone. I have no relatives, Beam. I never have, and I never will. I spoke firmly. If you see him again, tell him to stay away from me. I have nothing to do with him. Beam sighed and frowned. I simply handed him a helmet. He accepted it and muttered under his breath. Beam. Huh. Were there any problems at work today? Beam looked startled. His eyes darted around like someone hiding a secret. No. Did a customer ask for your phone number? Jean. I burst out laughing at his reaction. How did you know? I smirked. It was a male customer, wasn't it? Beam immediately bared his teeth at me and made a face. I shook my head. It wasn't surprising. He was cute. The kind of person people naturally liked. But romance was probably the last thing on his mind. Work and studies came first. I climbed onto my motorbike, and Beam sat behind me. I glanced into the rearview mirror and saw him smiling to himself again. That sight made me laugh because I heard a voice whisper in my ear. Drive home safely, son. I quietly thanked the owner of that voice. The same voice that had told me Beam received a customer's phone number request. I don't know how the customer got it, but Beam had somehow earned the affection of the unseen beings at the restaurant where he worked, to the point where they watched over him. I arrived home close to midnight. Besides Theo's motorbike, Art's expensive European car was parked outside the gate. I slowed down and let Beam open the gate before carefully riding into the driveway. Inside, I found TOS and Art drinking with Theo. Why are you so late? TOS raised an amber-colored glass toward me. I nodded. Earlier at Anda's ceremony, we'd agreed to meet at my house afterward. It wasn't unusual. My close friends often gathered there on weekends. They had become close to both Theo and Beam. Sometimes even their friends came over to stay. It was nearly midnight. I dropped down beside TOS. He slid his drink toward me, and I took a sip. Meanwhile, Beam arranged the snacks I bought onto a plate. Why did you get off work so early today? I asked Theo. He shrugged. The shop closed early. I noticed a bruise near his eyebrow. It looked like he'd been in a fight, but I didn't ask. If he wanted to tell me, he would. So, how did things go at the ceremony? I wanted to stop by the temple and help, but I couldn't leave work. Theo changed the subject. Probably because Beam had just returned carrying snacks and was staring suspiciously at the bruise. There were so many people. I got exhausted just walking around helping, TOS replied. Tomorrow, Beam and I are going to the funeral service, Theo said. Then he nodded toward Beam. Honestly, I feel sorry for Kumb, Art said. TOS and I exchanged glances. Brother Kumb was Anda's boyfriend, an airline captain. I understood what Art meant. At the ceremony, Anda's family, especially his father and brother, treated Kumb like an outsider. Only Anda's mother welcomed him warmly. His father and brother allowed him to attend out of respect, but he was treated more like a guest than someone important. I knew their family never accepted the relationship. Anda's sudden death left everything unresolved. That's why things had become so complicated. Do you think? TOS hesitated. Did Anda really commit suicide? I shook my head. I didn't know the answer. The day before it happened, everything seemed completely normal. Art spoke up. He even had a dinner date with Pum. He was bragging about it because Pum rarely had free time. I don't want to believe it. Also, today I overheard his parents talking about keeping the body after the 7-day funeral rites. Why? Beam asked. Didn't you hear the news? What news? News leaked that the autopsy found some abnormalities. I sighed deeply. I had already heard from Anda's mother that the family planned to keep the body because they doubted the official cause of death. Anda's father was a prosecutor. His brother was a high-ranking police officer. Naturally, both had extensive connections. The case was now being investigated more thoroughly. Do you think he didn't commit suicide? Beam asked. But I don't want to believe Pum is responsible. I shook my head. Maybe it's all a misunderstanding. But Pum was the first person to find Anda's body, Toas argued. And the autopsy found injuries on his face. He took sleeping pills and left the engine running. Maybe he didn't intend for it to happen. You know how dangerous that is. After all, Anda died from carbon monoxide poisoning. The car was locked from the inside too, Art added. He started the car and locked it himself. That means it was either intentional, or maybe it was just a habit. Maybe he locked the doors, took sleeping pills, and fell asleep so deeply that the accident happened. I listened quietly before speaking. If he only wanted to sleep, why wouldn't he take the pills and go to bed in his room? That's true. The others murmured in agreement. Unless he really intended to hurt himself. Whatever the truth is, Art said softly. He's gone. Even now, I still feel like he's just skipping class to film a drama. His expression was so gloomy that I reached over and patted his head. Everyone looked sad. The atmosphere fell silent. It reminded me of Anda. Whenever everyone gathered here, he always came along. And somehow, I had gotten into the habit of leaving the seat beside me empty. That was always where Anda sat. I glanced at the empty chair and sighed. Then I froze. I heard a sound. Maybe I imagined it. But it felt like someone softly whispered my name. Jean. I looked around. Then my eyes returned to the empty seat. The strange sound had come from there. Chong Beans _Delia wife. Fodoang. I glanced at the clock on the wall. The timing was perfect. My younger brother had gone to a friend's house earlier and still hadn't come back. Luckily, it was Friday. If Sadong hadn't called to say he was already on his way home because his friend's older brother was giving him a ride, I probably would have just let him stay over. It was very late. I sat waiting for him while watching a series on my iPad and replying to his messages. He asked whether I wanted anything from the convenience store. After replying, I opened Facebook and came across a tag post from one of Jin's friends. The picture showed a simple meal with the caption, "Late night snack." The poster had tagged everyone, including Jean. I spotted someone wearing a football jersey. If I had to guess, Jin's friends were hanging out somewhere. Without thinking, I hit the like button. Then a messenger notification appeared. Deep's message. Still awake? I pursed my lips and stared at the message for a long time. I remembered what he said earlier. I'll make your heart flutter even more. Maybe he wasn't serious. But those words had definitely gotten to me. I wrinkled my nose at the screen. After hesitating for a while, I finally replied. PP Fodoang's message. I'm watching a movie. I thought the conversation would end there. Instead, he called me. Confused, I answered. What are you idiots doing? I frowned when I heard Jean shouting at someone. His friends' voices echoed in the background. There were noises everywhere. It sounded like chaos. Are you two sneaking off to talk privately? That voice was probably Fitz. Choose. I flinched and pulled the phone away from my ear. What the hell? I muttered. Fodoang. This time it was Jean. Huh. Sorry. My hand accidentally hit the call button. I nodded. Of course. There was no way he intentionally called me this late. Okay then, I'll hang up. Since you're already out, Jean, buy some ice from the corner store. We're almost out. Someone shouted through the phone. There were several voices. It sounded like a small drinking party. I immediately frowned. I remembered seeing Jean take muscle relaxants earlier that evening. Are you drinking? A little. It sounded like he was walking. Hey Jean, you took muscle relaxants today. Don't you dare drive, you idiot. Muscle relaxants and alcohol don't mix. They cause drowsiness and can affect breathing. Even if they aren't taken together, it's still dangerous. Especially for an athlete. All right. I forgot I took my medicine. I sighed. Unlike me, he just laughed. This idiot was still laughing. But I'm not driving. I walked to the corner store. Are you worried about me? His tone was incredibly irritating. Do you want me to curse you so hard you crawl through a sewer? He laughed again. Then I heard something crash. A loud clatter followed. Jin's voice disappeared. That idiot, Jean. Did he actually fall into a maintenance hole? Answer me. Is your mouth the mouth of Fra Ruang or something? His voice returned. Hey, Jean, are you okay? No. The wind knocked over a clothes rack. I sighed deeply. I could hear him talking to someone while carrying things. Honestly, I had been worried. What trouble was that goose getting into now? So quiet. Were you surprised? I pressed my lips together. Nothing. I'm just buying ice. I'll be walking back soon. Okay. I thought you'd forbid it. What? You'd forbid me from drinking alcohol. You're hopeless, Jean. If you still don't know how to take care of yourself, I don't know what to tell you. He laughed softly. Especially as an athlete. You should know better. I only had one glass. I fell silent. And that'll be the last one tonight. I only came out to buy ice. Don't worry. That's your problem. You. What now? I grumbled. I wanted to hang up, but I also wanted to make sure he got back safely. I can't read a word. What word? Let me spell it. I frowned. Was he drunk? Normally, he wasn't this talkative. Maybe alcohol changed people. Usually he was quiet. Now he wouldn't stop talking. Fine. I'd play along. What is it? Listen carefully. Okay. How do you pronounce the letters H, M, Ek, W, and Gom? Because I'm worried. The moment I answered, he laughed softly. Only then did I realize I'd been tricked. Thanks for worrying about me. Damn it. I immediately hung up. I glared at my phone. I had been completely fooled. Annoyed, I put on my headphones and went back to watching my movie. Meanwhile, I checked the time. Sadong had already messaged me saying he was downstairs. The movie was reaching its climax when it suddenly froze. At the same time, a faint crackling sound echoed in my ears. I strained to listen. Help me. What was that? I muttered. These headphones had been acting strange ever since Tom gave them to me. Luckily, they were still under warranty. If the problems continued, I'd have to send them in for repairs. I removed the earbuds, put them back in the charging case, then took them out and put them back on. This time, the voice was crystal clear. Help. A chill shot through my entire body. Help. Somebody help me. The sound instantly put all my senses on edge. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My heart pounded. I was terrified. Help. Fod. Ah. Someone touched my shoulder. I screamed and nearly jumped out of my skin. My body trembled violently. My younger brother, who had just arrived behind me, looked startled. What's wrong, Fod? Why are you so pale? I was breathing hard. I glanced at the wireless earbuds lying broken on the floor after I'd thrown them away in panic. I wasn't imagining it. I had really heard that voice. I had heard cries for help coming through those headphones. Chapter 9. I couldn't sleep at all that night. It wasn't until dawn, when the first light of day began to appear, that I finally got up. As I sat up, I glanced at my younger brother. He was sleeping beside me because Sadong had noticed I wasn't feeling well last night and had come into my room to keep me company. Fod's thought. Did I really hear that? I kept thinking about the conversation I had with my younger brother after I stammered out the strange thing that had happened with my headphones. He didn't believe me. He just laughed and brushed it off. Since he reacted that way, I didn't say anything else. Even though he clearly didn't believe my supernatural story, he still cared enough to sleep beside me. Even so, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what I'd heard through those headphones. I'm certain I didn't imagine it. Just remembering that voice sent chills down my spine. I glanced at the troublesome headphones lying not far from my brother. Sadong was still asleep. Last night, he'd taken them and tested them himself to prove there was nothing wrong. But how could anyone be reassured when I'd already heard that strange sound twice? Sigh. What exactly am I dealing with? I had no answer. This was something supernatural. Something that couldn't be explained. What should I do? For a moment, I couldn't help thinking of someone. The person I'd somehow ended up talking to despite everything. The person who had saved my mother's life. Maybe Jean knows something. I sighed deeply before getting up to wash my face, brush my teeth, and prepare a simple breakfast for my younger brother and myself. Actually, it wasn't that early anymore. It was almost 9 o'clock in the morning. Luckily, it was Saturday. While I was frying sausages and toasting bread, my younger brother wandered over, wiping water from his face. He still looked half asleep. Even so, he immediately grabbed a sausage with one hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Have you brushed your teeth yet? I made a face at him. I'll brush them when I take a shower. Your breath smells awful. Go shower. I waved him away. Satong grinned mischievously and turned toward the bathroom. Then he suddenly stopped and turned back. Hey, Fod. Yeah. I'm going to Pow's house this afternoon to play games. I frowned. Even though I knew Pow was his best friend, they'd already spent almost the entire night together. Are you really going to play games? I narrowed my eyes suspiciously. Satong simply smiled brightly and shrugged. Yesterday we stayed up late working on a report together. He grinned. But today we're actually playing games, Fod. You know I never stay in my room on weekends. I grumbled. I'll be back before 9 tonight. I promise. Satong raised 3 fingers like he was taking an oath and made the same pleading face he always used whenever he wanted permission for something. Don't wander around. I pointed at him. Or I'll tell Mom and Dad. You're threatening me with Mom and Dad again. Satong pouted. I flicked him lightly on the forehead. I'm going shopping for some things for my room this afternoon. Then I'll go with you. I'll help carry everything. He walked back, grabbed a fork, and stole another sausage. I shook my head. In the end, he still hadn't brushed his teeth. Nobody was filthier than him. After we're done shopping, drop me off at Pao's house, Fod. Go by yourself. Wow, I was going to help carry your stuff. You just don't want to pay subway fare. You figured me out. He grumbled. A round trip costs almost a day's minimum wage. I nodded. He wasn't wrong. The subway was expensive. The buses were cheaper, but they were always packed like sardines. Honestly, I understood why people struggling financially found city transportation so frustrating. After our late breakfast, Satong went downstairs to swim in the condo pool. Meanwhile, I stayed upstairs cleaning the room. By noon, he still hadn't come back. He hadn't even brought his phone with him. Eventually, I went downstairs to find him. As soon as I reached the second-floor swimming pool, I frowned. I could hear children's voices mixed with a deep male voice. Every now and then, I also heard Satong talking. Then I stopped walking. My eyes landed on a broad, bare back. Someone wearing swimming trunks stood in the pool. That back looked strangely familiar. One arm supported a child who couldn't have been older than 5, helping them learn how to swim. A little farther away, my younger brother was swimming and diving around. I stood there quietly. Then Satong looked up. Oh, Fod. The person I'd been staring at turned around. I froze. My gaze accidentally landed on his chest. His broad torso was completely exposed, revealing firm, well-defined muscles. Droplets of water clung to his skin. For some reason, I couldn't look away. The little boy was sent back to the poolside. Then the swimming instructor stepped out of the water. He pushed back his wet hair, revealing familiar sharp features. Jean. To my surprise, I suddenly felt embarrassed. You? I called softly. At that moment, the child's parent arrived. The little boy ran toward them. And suddenly it was just Jean and me standing there, looking at each other. What are you doing here? The moment the words left my mouth, I realized how stupid they sounded. Seeing him dressed like that made it obvious. Still, I wanted to ask. Teaching swimming. I've never seen you here before. I've been teaching here for 2 or 3 weeks. I nodded. I was surprised. He'd never mentioned that he taught swimming lessons at my condo. Not that he was obligated to tell me. We weren't really anything to each other. Even if we were pretending to get along in front of other people. Even if we'd been talking more lately. We were still just 2 people who used to dislike each other. My senior recommended me to some parents here. I nodded. I didn't know you were interested in my life too. He smirked. Immediately, my face heated up. Especially when I remembered last night. The way he tricked me into admitting I was worried about him. That sly bastard. Who wants to know about your business? He didn't answer. He simply smirked even more. What are you smiling about? Didn't sleep enough? He smiled. Why are you so grumpy today? I paused. Before I could answer, Satong climbed out of the pool and walked over. How did you know, Jean Hyung? I think Pfod stayed up all night. My younger brother's comment made Jean look directly at me. His gaze carefully examined my face. Dark circles. Instinctively, I touched beneath my eyes. Satong immediately burst out laughing. I glared at him. A moment later, he announced that he was heading upstairs. Then it was just Jean and me again. What's wrong? Nothing. Why didn't you sleep last night? I couldn't answer. Those sharp eyes stared directly into mine. For some reason, there was a strange gentleness in them. Everything that happened last night had been weighing heavily on me. I wanted to tell someone. I wanted to get it off my chest. If I told him, would he believe me? Just then, the child taking swimming lessons called for him. Jean had to leave. I sighed. As I watched him walk away, he turned back and held up his phone, as if to say he'd call me later. Chongbeans_Delia_wife. That afternoon, after buying things for my room and dropping Satong off at Pao's house, I returned to the condo. Just as I was about to get out of the car, my phone rang. It was Satong. Hey. Satong's message. Did I leave my iPad in the car, Pfod? I frowned and checked the passenger seat. Sure enough, his iPad was there. I found it. It's on your seat. Satong's message. There it is. How did I forget it? You're this forgetful already. What are you going to do when you're older? Satang's message. I was too busy talking to Pfad when I got out. Serves you right. Satang's message. Hey, have you and Jin gone home yet? He's probably already gone. What? Satang's message. Nothing. I just wanted to thank Jin. I frowned. Thank him for what? Satang's message. While we were swimming, Jin suddenly told Pao and me to be careful when crossing the road. My heart nearly stopped. What happened? Satang's message. Heh. Satang. My voice trembled. What happened? Satang's message. Pao wanted to walk to the convenience store just now. He almost got hit by a car while crossing the street. What a coincidence that Jin warned us beforehand. My heart skipped a beat. How's Pao? Satang's message. He's fine. Just shaken up. I listened quietly. My hands trembled. This was the second time. The second time Jin's warning had saved someone close to me. My mother. Now Satang and Pao. I ended the call and immediately got out of the car. Then I spotted Jin. Without thinking, I ran toward him. Breathless. He paused when he saw me. I need to talk to you. We walked to a bench in the small garden near the pool. As soon as we sat down, Jin handed me something. An elastic bandage. I raised an eyebrow. What? Wrap it for me. He looked down at his knee. Does it still hurt today? Want to make a trade? He raised an eyebrow. What kind of trade? I bit my lip. I'll wrap your bandage if you answer a question. Fine. He rolled up his sweatpants and placed his injured leg across my lap. I focused on unfolding the bandage. Then he suddenly spoke. On Saturdays and Sundays, I teach swimming. I paused. Why are you telling me that? Wasn't that what you wanted to ask? I quickly shook my head, then froze when our eyes met. Fine. Maybe I had been curious. A little. Don't you have a football scholarship? Yes. Then how do you find time to sleep with all these jobs? I manage. Are you having money problems? The scholarship only covers tuition and some school expenses. He shrugged. I still need money for housing and living expenses. I don't want to burden Luang Ta. I'd heard Deng mention before that Jin supported himself. Still, hearing it directly from him felt different. This kind of work isn't tiring. He smiled. I've been working part-time since I was a kid. I fell silent. Meanwhile, I still relied entirely on my parents. Sometimes I even wasted money on useless things. The difference between us was enormous. How had someone grown up this strong? I'm a temple boy. His tone was casual. I don't have any relatives. Then he smiled faintly. Fortunately, I'm good at sports. So I decided to play football. Why? Because I wanted an education. I froze. My hand trembled around the bandage. My eyes drifted toward his injured knee. A football player's legs were everything. An injury like this must have hurt more than anyone could imagine. I gently touched his knee. Does it hurt a lot? He smiled and shook his head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Then he smirked. It feels much better after you wrap it. I immediately looked away. My face felt hot. I kept wrapping the bandage. There was once a child born into a family that didn't want him. I fell silent. After his mother died, his father's family rejected him. But his grandfather took him in. I slowly held his hand. As long as I can remember, I've heard strange sounds. Cries for help. Sounds of pain. Things other people couldn't hear. One day, the child heard a strange voice from the moon. And after that, strange things started happening. It happened so often that it became a kind of intuition. A special awareness. So every time you hear something, you can warn people? Not always. He shook his head. Some things can't be changed. Some things are very difficult to change. There was a time I tried. What happened? He looked down at his injured knee. No one can change another person's destiny. His voice softened. The result might cost you the thing you love most. I pressed my lips together. Then I spoke quietly. No matter what pain that child is carrying, I want to thank him. He stared at me. If it weren't for him, I don't know what would have happened to my family. I smiled. Thank you. Your ability has helped people. What you've done is something most people could never do. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he grinned. I think that child would rather have you wrap his knee every day. I glared at him. You're asking too much. I didn't ask. He laughed. That child did. You? I couldn't help smiling. Then I suddenly froze. I was smiling. Laughing. With Jin. Not long ago, I couldn't stand looking at him. Now we were sitting together comfortably. Talking. Laughing. For some reason, I felt relieved. There was something I wanted to tell him. After hesitating for a while, I reached into my shoulder bag. My fingers touched a headphone case. I pulled it out. Jean looked surprised when he saw the expensive headphones. Jean. If I tell you something strange. I hesitated. Don't laugh at me. What is it? I stared at the headphones, then took a deep breath. I heard cries for help through these. What? I took out the earbuds. One went into my ear. The other went into his. We sat there together, sharing the same audio. I held my breath. Then I pressed play. Jean looked confused, but listened quietly. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting. Then suddenly, help! I jumped, instinctively leaning toward Jean. Instead of pulling away, he gently held my hand. Help! The voice came again, clear as day. I couldn't speak. Slowly, I turned toward him. Jean had gone completely silent. Can you hear it? He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, listening, for a long moment. Then his eyes opened, sharp, filled with panic. His expression changed completely. The usually composed man looked genuinely shocked. Then he spoke. You. Chapter 10. Fadoang's point of view. How to ask for someone's phone number and get a girlfriend or boyfriend. At the sound of Tum's voice, I choked on my water and coughed violently. My damn friend glanced at me suspiciously before turning his attention back to whatever was on his phone. Techniques for asking for someone's number and making their heart flutter. I kept coughing nonstop, so Tum quickly handed me a tissue to wipe the corners of my mouth. What's wrong? Why are you choking so badly? And no, I was seriously panicking. I quickly shook my head and waved my hands in denial because I didn't want my friends to notice that someone had asked for my number last night and left me completely flustered. You're acting weird. Tum narrowed his eyes at me. Why? Did someone ask for your number or something? Plague. Your voice just went up an octave. I froze, then shrugged and turned my face away. Unfortunately, I found Boom staring at me with a knowing smile. What are you smiling about? Did something good happen recently? Boom grinned and leaned closer. She knew I had gone home with Jean after the event that day. Thankfully, she hadn't teased me about it then. She'd seen me glued to Jean the entire time. Hold on. I've only been gone a few days. What happened here? Tum stared at me suspiciously before smirking as though he had figured something out. Nothing happened. I made a face at them and desperately tried to think of a way out of this awkward situation. Of course, I kept my mouth shut. Luckily, just then, Dang walked into the classroom. We had a lab exam scheduled that morning, so we needed to review beforehand. When Dang arrived, Boom turned to explain the study guide to her boyfriend, while Tum sat listening to music through his headphones. Speaking of headphones, I wondered why the pair my close friend had bought me kept producing strange sounds, as if they carried voices from the dead. I remembered checking the serial number for warranty repairs last week, only to discover the warranty had already been activated before I even used them. It was almost as if someone had owned them before. Tum. I nudged my friend's shoulder. I need to ask you something. He removed one earbud and looked at me in confusion. What is it? The headphones you bought for me. Where exactly did you get them? His brows immediately furrowed, and his eyes darted around nervously. What do you mean? I'm asking where they came from. I had a friend buy them for me. What friend? You wouldn't know him. You're acting weird, Tum. I narrowed my eyes. Yeah, well, whatever. Why? Are they broken? They're brand new. Don't worry, they're still under warranty. We can get them repaired. He spoke far too quickly and acted strangely enough to make me suspicious. You're talking too much. Well, he scratched his head. I was worried you'd scold me if I bought you something low quality. It's not that they're low quality. They're just strange headphones that seem to let the voices of the dead come through. Honestly, I couldn't help sighing heavily. The more I looked at him, the more convinced I became that those headphones had a very unusual history. His nervous behavior only strengthened my suspicions. Fod. He gave me a strained smile. Is there something you want to tell me? No. Your voice is high-pitched. This time, I repeated his own words back at him. No, really. Nothing. Really. Really. Sure. The idiot even sang the word dramatically. I burst out laughing. You bastard. Why do I suddenly like old songs? I shook my head at how smoothly he changed the subject. There was no way I was getting an answer today, so I decided to let it go for now. But I definitely wasn't giving up. Sooner or later, I'd find the answers myself. That afternoon, after our final class at the Faculty of Science, my friends and I gathered at the university shuttle stop. I was heading back to my faculty building on the opposite side of campus. While waiting, I pulled out my phone to pass the time. A post appeared on my Facebook feed. Risa Warasala, is with Jean Jinnah. The photo showed Jean standing beside a pretty girl. She was the one who posted and tagged him. Honestly, I hadn't intended to pay attention, but I still clicked on it. The comments were full of teasing. Man, sky high, huh? Is it official now? To Daniel Paul. I've been shipping this couple since the club event last year. Bow by Beauty. I wanted to tease them, but our friend was too shy. Teddy. Todd. So what's going on, at Jean Jinnah? Are you cheating on that sports science student? I pressed my lips together. Most of the comments were teasing the two of them. Judging from the picture, Jean and the girl seemed close. For some reason, my thoughts drifted back to last night. Why are you giving me your number? We're not even together. Those were the words I'd forced myself to say before sprinting back to my condo with my heart racing wildly. I'll make your heart race even more. I remembered Jean saying that. I sighed deeply. It was strange. After reading all those comments cheering for them, I felt a hollow sensation in my chest. I was the one who said we weren't together. I was the one who refused to give him my number. So why did it bother me? Damn it. I hated this feeling. Who is she? She's really cute. Yeah, she and Jean look pretty close. I hadn't even noticed Tom and Dang standing behind me. Both leaned forward curiously to look at my phone screen. I quickly locked it. At that moment, I happened to spot Jean and his engineering friends walking nearby with two girls from the accounting faculty. One of them was the same girl from the photo. I forced a smile and turned away. Oh, look, it's Jin's group. I had planned to stay quiet. Unfortunately, Tom immediately shouted it out. Even worse, he pointed them out to Boom and Dang. Dang waved cheerfully. The engineering group started heading our way. Objectively speaking, the accounting girls were really pretty. Friendly too. Even though we'd never met before, they smiled warmly at me. After waving goodbye to the engineering students, the girls headed toward their faculty. Just finished class? Jean asked Dang. His eyes briefly flickered toward me before that familiar smirk appeared. Hey, what about you? Dang grinned. I saw you walking around with a girl. Weren't you supposed to be talking to my friend? The jerk glanced at me before answering. She came to coordinate some work with the faculty club. We've known each other since first year, so I walked her over. Oh, really? Tom deliberately raised his voice. He wasn't teasing Jean. He was teasing me. Can you hear me? Huh. I looked at Dang in confusion when he suddenly asked me that. Only then did I realize Jean had somehow moved to stand beside me. Are you feeling sick? He asked quietly. What the hell? I saw you frowning. Couldn't he just speak normally? Why did he have to lean in and whisper? And why were all our friends looking at us like that? I shot Jean an annoyed look. I'm fine. Are you angry with me? He asked with a smile. What would I even be angry about? Jean said nothing. Instead, he pulled out his phone and tapped the screen. Then he turned the camera toward me and handed it over. I looked. The screen showed my own face. My brows were furrowed. My lips were tight. I looked incredibly irritated. Wow. Apparently, I really was upset. I didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, my friends were already boarding the shuttle bus, while Jin's friend stood nearby, trying not to laugh. What are you angry about? Silence. Did I do something wrong? I looked troubled before shaking my head. No. I'm leaving. The shuttle's about to go. Those two are Bua and Risa. Jean started explaining. We met during freshman orientation because we stayed in the same dormitory. They came to coordinate club work. The more he explained, the harder his friends laughed. TOS and Art were grinning shamelessly. I couldn't stay here any longer. I nodded vaguely and hurried away. Jean still followed me. See you at the football field tonight. Yeah. My knee hurts again today. Can you wrap it for me? Yeah. I glared at him. That annoying smirk was back. At that moment, I genuinely wanted to punch him. I'm leaving. Okay. Were you? As I walked away, I couldn't help glancing back at Combe. One of his fists remained tightly clenched. What exactly had happened between him and James? Whatever it was serious enough to nearly start a fight in the middle of a funeral. I searched for Jean for a while, but couldn't find him. Passing through the parking lot, I saw James drive away. I didn't pay much attention. Near the restroom, several police officers stood together talking. I hadn't intended to eavesdrop, but their conversation drifted over. I actually feel sorry for Captain Iffy. He was about to get promoted. What happened? This whole situation with his younger brother. What situation? Not only was his brother gay, he was murdered too. My family wouldn't accept that. Who would? Being gay is one thing, but then getting involved in a scandal over money. How embarrassing. I clenched my fists. The cruelty of their gossip made me sick. Prosecutor Adisak must be ashamed of having a son like that. That was enough. I turned to leave. Then I noticed Pity standing nearby. He had clearly heard everything. He glanced toward the officers. The look in his eyes was terrifying. No one would tolerate hearing their dead family member insulted like that. I quickly walked away. Soon, I spotted Jean standing with his back to me, talking to someone. The other man wore a formal black suit. He looked like a lawyer. I was about to leave when I heard Jean speak sharply. "Leave me alone." "Huh. Mr. Jean." The man's voice was respectful. Almost too respectful. "Your father only wants to speak with you. But I have nothing to say to him. Akawin is in a coma. The doctors said we should prepare ourselves. Ronalak is having a difficult time right now." I froze. That name sounded familiar. Then I remembered. Earlier, a wealthy socialite had arrived at the funeral. Fichitra Ronalak, the wife of real estate tycoon Shannon Ronalak. The same family everyone had been discussing. My thoughts raced. Why was someone from that family looking for Jean? That has nothing to do with me. "Mr. Jean." "Uncle Lawyer." Jin's voice hardened. "I don't want to be rude, but listen carefully. I want nothing to do with that family. If he sends you to see me again." His eyes turned ice cold. "I won't show any mercy." I almost stopped breathing. Then Jean turned around and saw me. He immediately froze. The lawyer looked startled. Neither of them had expected anyone to overhear. "Jean." He didn't answer. Without another word, he walked straight past me. For the rest of the funeral, Jean barely spoke. He didn't even look at me. I couldn't stop worrying. Maybe he was angry because I'd overheard everything. Sigh. That night, after the chanting ended, Dang drove me home. "Drive safely." I waved goodbye as he left. But my mind was too full of thoughts to go upstairs. Instead, I sat in the small garden outside my condo. A few minutes later, the sound of a motorcycle engine grew louder. Then it stopped directly in front of me. I looked up. The rider removed his helmet. "Jean." Before I could react, he got off the motorcycle and walked straight toward me. "Hey, you." I froze. Then he wrapped his arms around me. "Huh. Excuse me." I tried to push him away. "What are you doing, Jean?" He didn't answer. He only held me tighter. Eventually, I stopped struggling. His breathing was warm against my ear. I swallowed hard. "Can I stay like this for a moment?" Without thinking, I nodded. There was something in his voice. Something painfully fragile. It made my chest ache. "Jean, I'm sorry about what happened earlier." I pressed my lips together. Then I slowly wrapped my arms around him too. I wasn't angry. I just didn't understand. Why had he changed so suddenly after speaking to that lawyer? "It's okay," I whispered. "I'm not angry." He shifted slightly and looked up at me. Then he lowered his forehead until it touched mine. Neither of us spoke. Not for a long time. Then I felt something soft against my temple. A gentle kiss. And his quiet voice. "Thank you for being here." I admit. That startled me. But deep down, I didn't want to pull away from that gentle touch. I pressed my lips together and found myself thinking. Maybe I didn't feel the same way about him anymore. Chapter 11. How to ask for a phone number and get a girlfriend or boyfriend. At the sound of Tum's voice, I choked on my water and coughed violently. My damn friend glanced at me suspiciously before turning his attention back to his phone. Techniques for asking for someone's number and making their heart flutter. I was still coughing nonstop, so Tum quickly handed me a tissue to wipe the corners of my mouth. "What's wrong? Why are you choking so much?" And no, I'm really shaking. I quickly shook my head and waved my hands in denial because I didn't want my friends to notice that someone had asked for my number last night and made me feel flustered. "You're acting weird," Tum said, narrowing his eyes. "Why? Has someone asked for your number or something?" "Plague. Your voice is way too high." I paused, then shrugged and turned my face away. But when I did, I found Boom watching me with a knowing smile. "What are you smiling about? Did something good happen that day?" Boom grinned and leaned closer. She knew I had gone home with Jean after the event. Thankfully, she hadn't teased me about it there. She had seen me glued to Jean the entire time. "Wait a minute. I was only gone for a few days. What's going on?" Tum stared at me suspiciously before smirking as if he knew exactly what I was thinking. "Nothing at all." I made a face, trying to think of a way out of this awkward situation. Naturally, I kept my mouth shut. Luckily, Dang walked into the classroom just then. The professor had scheduled a lab exam for that morning, so we needed to review beforehand. When Dang arrived, Boone turned to explain the study sheet to her boyfriend, while Tom sat listening to music through his headphones. Speaking of headphones, I wondered why the ones my friend had bought for me kept making strange noises, as if they were picking up voices from the dead. Last week, I checked the serial number for warranty service, only to discover the warranty had already been activated before I ever used them. It was almost as if someone else had used them first. Tom. I nudged his shoulder. Fu has something he wants to ask. He removed one earbud and looked at me in confusion. What's the matter? The headphones you bought me. Tell me where you got them. He furrowed his brows, and his eyes darted around nervously. What the heck? I want to know where you bought them. I asked a friend to get them for me. Which friend? You wouldn't know him. It featured a picture of Jean standing beside a pretty girl. She was the one who posted it and tagged him. Honestly, I didn't want to pay attention, but I couldn't stop myself from reading the comments. To Daniel Paul's message. Hey, I've been rooting for this couple since the club event last year. Bo by Beauty's message. I wanted to tease them, but our friend was too embarrassed. Teddy Todd's message. So what's going on, Jean Jenna? Are you cheating on the sports science student? I pressed my lips together. Most of the comments were teasing the two of them. Judging by how comfortable they looked together, Jean and the girl were probably very close. For a moment, I remembered last night. Why are you giving me your number? We're not even together. Those were the words I had forced myself to say before running into my condo with my heart pounding wildly. Jin's words echoed in my mind. I'll make your heart race even more. I let out a deep sigh. It was strange. I had clearly said we weren't together. I hadn't even given him my number. So why did seeing everyone cheer for him and another girl leave such an empty feeling in my chest? Damn it. I hate this feeling. Who's that? She's so cute. Yeah, she and Jean look really close in that picture. I didn't even know when Tom and Dang had appeared behind me. Both of them leaned forward to peek at my screen. I quickly locked my phone. Just then, I spotted Jean and his engineering friends walking toward us with two girls from the accounting faculty. One of them was the same girl from the photo. I forced a smile and looked away. Oh, look, it's Jin's group. I had tried to stay quiet, but Tom immediately blurted it out. As if that wasn't enough, he pointed them out to Boom and Dang too. Naturally, Dang waved at them. The engineering gang started walking over. Honestly, the accounting girls were cute, pretty, and friendly. Even though we'd never met, they still smiled at us. Before the girls said goodbye and headed toward the accounting faculty. Just finished class? Jean asked Dang. His eyes flicked toward me briefly, and he smirked as usual. What about you? Tom asked. I saw you earlier. You said you were talking to my friend, so why were you walking around smiling with a girl? The jerk glanced at me before answering. She came to coordinate some work with the student club. We've known each other since first year, so I walked her here. Oh, really? Tom deliberately raised his voice. He wasn't mocking Jean. He was mocking me. Can you hear me? What? I looked up in confusion when Dang suddenly addressed me. Then I realized Jean had somehow moved to stand beside me. Are you feeling sick? What the hell? I saw you frowning. Couldn't he just speak normally? Why was he whispering? And why were all our friends looking at us like they were watching some kind of joke? I shot Jean an irritated look. I'm fine. Are you angry with me? He asked it with a smile. What the hell would I be angry about? Jean didn't answer. Instead, he pulled out his phone and tapped the screen. Then he turned the camera toward me. My own face appeared on the screen. My eyebrows were furrowed. My lips were pressed together. I looked incredibly annoyed. Wow, that expression was intense. I didn't know what to do. At that moment, my friends all smiled knowingly and boarded the shuttle bus. What are you angry about? Fu's silence. Did I do something to upset you? I made a troubled face and shook my head. No, I'm leaving. The shuttle is about to go. Those two are Bua and Risa. They met during freshman orientation because they stayed in the same dorm house. They only came to coordinate club work. Jean explained far more than necessary. Didn't he realize that the more he talked, the harder everyone else would laugh? TOS and Art were already grinning. I couldn't stay there any longer. I nodded briefly and hurried away. But Jean still followed me. See you at the football field tonight. Yes. My knee hurts again today. Can you wrap it for me again? Yes. I glared at him. He just kept smirking. For a second, I wanted to punch him. I'm leaving now. Okay. Were you angry with me just now? Yes. The answer slipped out before I could stop it. By the time I realized what I'd said, Jean had already walked away with a huge smile on his face. That damn Jean. I climbed onto the shuttle bus and avoided looking at Tom, who was grinning at me. Pretending to be busy, I checked my phone. Then I noticed a particular post. Secret news message. Breaking news. Police have discovered suspicious activity in Anda's boyfriend's bank account. Tens of millions of baht appear to have been transferred from Anda's account. I pressed my lips together. I remembered what Pity had said. Pity's message. These reporters have ears everywhere. The police never even mentioned that issue. Even so, the reporters still found out. That was honestly impressive. Chongbeans_Deal_wife's point of view. I can't believe it. I quietly listened to Jin's friends talking. Today was another day of Anda's funeral service. As usual, my friends and I were helping serve drinks and welcome guests. The monks would begin chanting soon. Right now, only Dang and I were here. Boom couldn't make it because she had other commitments, and Tom had already left. Meanwhile, Jin's friends were gathered in a corner talking among themselves. So it was Pum? He embezzled Anda's money? I can't believe it. TOS glanced around nervously before lowering his voice. That's right. Art stroked his chin thoughtfully. Even when Anda bought expensive perfume, Pum would scold him until he felt guilty. Silence. How could someone who never wanted anything from Anda transfer money into his own account so openly? I was thinking the same thing. Aquarius already has plenty of money. Why would he do something like that? That was true. I'd heard Anda's lover was quite wealthy. Money shouldn't have been an issue. I secretly glanced at him. Jin had been listening quietly the entire time. For a moment, doubt flickered in his eyes. Then he stood up. I'm going to the restroom. A little later, I heard a commotion. TOS and Art immediately got up. I followed after them in frozen shock. Aquarius had raised his fist, ready to punch someone. When I saw the other man's face, I was even more surprised. It was James, Anda's co-star from the famous BL series they had acted in together. The atmosphere was tense. The lead actor of the series and Anda's real-life lover were glaring at each other. Thankfully, there weren't many people around. Otherwise, it would have become front-page news immediately. Two of Anda's friends hurried forward to separate them. Calm down, brother. TOS grabbed Kum's arm. Get out of here. Kum pointed at James. James only smirked provocatively. I've seen celebrities act rudely before. But James was usually polite. You don't have the right to chase me away. I came as an acquaintance. You bastard. Enough. Art shoved Aquarius backward. The punch had nearly reached James's face. Calm down. Separate them. There are reporters here. Please, brother. Don't cause trouble at the event. At those words, Kum finally fell silent. James merely shrugged. Honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if he left with a split lip. For Anda's sake, please. TOS sighed. My friend would feel terrible if you fought at his funeral. I silently agreed. Kum visibly calmed down. James reluctantly stepped back. But the hatred in Aquarius's eyes remained. If looks could kill, James would already be dead. I stared at Aquarius. Was this really the same man who had cried so helplessly before? The same gentleman? Now he looked terrifying. Polite and kind one moment. Cold and frightening the next. Fa Duong. How's everything going? Please go find Jean. The monks are about to start chanting. Okay. I nodded and turned away. But I couldn't help glancing back at Pum. Even as he walked away with TOS and Art, one hand remained tightly clenched. What kind of conflict existed between Aquarius and James? It had to be serious if they were willing to fight in the middle of a funeral. I searched for Jean for quite a while, but couldn't find him. As I passed the parking lot, I saw James driving away. I didn't think much of it. Near the restroom, I spotted several police officers talking together. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but their conversation drifted over. I actually feel sorry for Captain Ethan. He was about to be promoted before all this happened. What happened? His younger brother was gay, and then got murdered. My family wouldn't accept that either. Who would? Being gay is already difficult enough. Then getting dumped because of money. That's humiliating. I clenched my fists. Their words made me feel sick. They were spreading vicious rumors without any shame. Prosecutor Adisak must be embarrassed to have a gay son. That was enough. I turned to leave. Then I noticed Pity standing nearby. Anda's older brother looked at me and gave a faint smile. Then he glanced toward the officers. The look in his eyes was terrifying. Who could tolerate hearing people gossip about their family like that? I quickly walked away. Eventually, I found Jean talking to someone. The other man wore a formal black suit. He looked like an assistant or a lawyer. I was about to back away when I heard Jean speak coldly. Leave me alone. Mr. Jean. The man's tone was extremely respectful. Your father only wants to speak with you. But I have nothing to say to him. Akawin is in a coma. The doctor said we should prepare ourselves. Ronalak is having a difficult time right now. Huh. The name sounded familiar. Then I remembered. Earlier, a middle-aged woman wearing a black tie Chitralada dress had arrived at the funeral. The reporters had swarmed around her. Ms. Fichitra Ronalak. I remembered the earlier conversation. How do you know her, Art? My dad knows people in those circles. All right. Your family is rich. That's Channon Ronalak's wife. The real estate tycoon. The one behind Civilai and Firemlak. Exactly. Everything they build sells immediately. I remember now. Didn't their son get into an accident and fall into a coma last week? That's right. Now it made sense. But what didn't make sense was why someone connected to that family knew Jean. I forced myself to focus. That doesn't concern me. Mr. Jean. Uncle Lawyer. Jin's voice was firm. I don't want to be rude, but stop coming to see me. Silence. I'm involved with someone from that family, so please don't ever appear in my life again. Silence. And tell him this. If he sends you to see me again, I won't show any mercy. I nearly stopped breathing. Then Jean turned around and saw me. He froze. Jean. He didn't say a word. His face remained expressionless as he walked past me. For the rest of the event, Jean barely spoke. He didn't even look at me. I couldn't help worrying that he was angry because I had overheard everything. Sigh. After the chanting ended, Dang drove me back to my condo. Drive safely. I waved as he left, but my mind was still full of unanswered questions. I didn't want to go upstairs yet. Instead, I sat in the small garden outside the building. After a while, the sound of a motorcycle grew louder. The bike stopped directly in front of me. The rider removed his helmet. Jean. I didn't even have time to react. He got off the bike and walked straight toward me. Hey, you. Before I knew it, he had wrapped his arms around me. Huh? Excuse me. I tried to push him away. What is wrong with you, Jean? He didn't answer. He only hugged me tighter. Eventually, I stopped struggling. I could feel his warm breath against my ear. Can I hold you like this for a little while? Without realizing it, I nodded. There was something painful in his voice. Something that made my chest ache too. Jean. I'm sorry about earlier. I pressed my lips together. Then I slowly wrapped my arms around him. I wasn't angry. I just didn't understand. What had happened? Why had Jean changed after talking to that lawyer? It's okay. I'm not angry. He shifted slightly and looked up at me. His forehead rested against mine. Neither of us spoke. Then I felt something soft against my temple. A gentle kiss. Thank you for being here. I froze. But deep down, I didn't want to reject that small touch. I pressed my lips together and found myself thinking, how could someone say they no longer had feelings for another person after looking at them like that? Chapter 12. There's a quiz next week, students. As soon as the professor's voice faded and class was dismissed for the day, the students groaned in frustration. The professor merely smirked before walking away. As he left, my classmates began getting up and heading out for lunch. The professor in that department is unbelievably strict. Art grumbled. He has a kind face and always smiles, but his exams are insanely difficult. Taos chimed in with his complaint, and I found myself nodding in agreement. Professor Fack was one of the professors in our department. He was kind, but his exams were so difficult that students constantly talked about them. Thinking about it made me think of Anda, who was... They cursed almost simultaneously. Are you sure? I nodded. When? Often. What does he say? Tos asked in a tense voice. I'm not the only one who heard it. I reached into my backpack and pulled out the headphones I'd borrowed from Faduang, placing them on the table. Both of them looked confused. Those are headphones. Faduang's headphones. The headphones could hear Anda's voice too. Hey! Both of them jumped in fright. That afternoon, we were studying in the engineering faculty library. Tos and Art went to look for books on one side, while I headed in the opposite direction. Besides preparing for the upcoming exams, I also had a design project to finish. While searching for books, I heard footsteps approaching. I listened carefully. The sound felt strangely familiar. That walking style? I spun around. Nothing. No one was there. Yet the footsteps had stopped directly behind me. This section of the library was quiet. Hardly anyone came here. In the distance, I could see only a student couple standing between the shelves. The silence was broken only by the dim ceiling lights shining down on the floor. Suddenly, I I felt a gentle breeze brush past me. But where would a breeze come from inside a completely enclosed library? I pressed my lips together and slowly looked around again. Then I spoke. You. Silence. Is that you? I expected a response. There was only silence. Anda, is that you? If it's really you, please do something to let me know. Like a madman talking to empty air, I kept speaking until I finally heard a faint voice drifting on the wind. Jean. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It felt as though someone had whispered directly into my ear. I turned sharply and stared into the emptiness. My heart pounded. Although I was used to strange experiences, when it involved someone close to me, I couldn't help feeling overwhelmed. Most of all, I couldn't stop tears from forming. This was the voice I'd longed to hear again. Is that really you? Silence. Why did you do this? Why did you leave us like that? Do you know how much we miss you? This time I heard Anda crying. That faint sobbing immediately made my throat tighten. Jean? Jean Hick. His voice trembled. Help me. Help me. What do you want me to help you with? I whispered while looking around. What happened that day? You didn't try to kill yourself, did you, Anda? His crying became louder. The pain in that sound made my heart ache. I wanted to see him. I wanted to hug him. I wanted to comfort him. But all I could do was stare helplessly into empty space. I miss you guys. I miss my parents. I don't want to die, Jean. Help me, sob. I don't want to die. Brother Kump, sob. I miss Brother Kump. The sorrow in his voice was unbearable. I couldn't hold back my tears. If you didn't kill yourself, then help us find a clue. I looked around. I promise. My voice was firm. We'll help you however we can. I don't want to die. He spoke once more. Then his voice faded away. Just then, TOS and Art returned. They looked startled. What's wrong, Jean? Hey, what happened? You look like you've seen a ghost. Art stopped halfway through his sentence. I didn't answer. The two exchanged nervous glances. Don't tell me. Anda said he didn't want to die. Their eyes widened so much they nearly popped out of their sockets. The two practically leaped into each other's arms. If Anda said he didn't want to die, then he hadn't committed suicide. My friend hadn't killed himself. I clenched my fists as I remembered the voice of the dead. The pain. The suffering. I didn't even want to imagine how much agony Anda endured during the final moments of his life. Just thinking about the possibility that his death wasn't suicide left me speechless. Chongbeans_Deal_wife's point of view. Walk slowly. I helped the elderly woman into the house. Aunt Amporn turned and smiled at me, gently patting the back of my hand before lowering herself onto the sofa. She looked exhausted. Closing her eyes, she leaned back against the cushions. I walked into the kitchen and poured her a glass of water. This morning, I'd taken Aunt Amporn to her routine medical checkup. Fortunately, she didn't have any serious illnesses, but we still had to monitor her high blood pressure carefully. I glanced at the healthy breakfast Beam had prepared for me that morning and the fruit Thayu had bought the previous day. Most of it remained untouched. Older people often lost their appetite. So I unpacked Beam's food, placed it on a plate, heated it in the microwave, and set the table. Before inviting Aunt Amporn to eat, I noticed her sitting quietly in front of a photograph of her son and his family. For a brief moment, I saw her wipe away tears. That sight brought back memories from last year. Dead end. The monk's words echoed in my mind. Suddenly, the face of Aunt Amporn's son appeared in my memory as I sped my motorcycle toward his home. Auntie, is Pira home? Pira just left with his wife and child. I remembered hearing those words and immediately racing after them. I chased their vehicle while calling repeatedly until they finally answered. Stammering, I begged Pira to stop the car. Before I could explain anything, a black SUV collided head-on with a truck that had appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, a pickup truck crossed into my lane at high speed and slammed into me. Don't interfere with someone's fate. Why, Longda? If you do, you're the one who'll suffer, Jean. I arrived too late. Pira and his family died instantly. I survived with only one major injury. Anterior cruciate ligament tear. An ACL tear. That diagnosis felt like lightning striking my heart. My future in football had been destroyed. It was a warning. When you try to defy fate, you learn that some lines can be crossed. And many cannot. I sighed deeply and walked over, gently patting Aunt Amporn on the shoulder. She turned and smiled through her tears. Auntie, let's eat. Jean, don't you have classes today? You've been with me since this morning. I feel bad for troubling you. I'll leave after lunch. I explained that I had a lab class at 3 in the afternoon and helped her toward the dining table. Really? Then Jean is having lunch with Annie today? Yes. I smiled. Just then, the doorbell rang. Looking through the glass door, I saw Beam and Thieu standing at the gate. Beam waved cheerfully. Thieu remained expressionless, as always. How did you two get here? I asked while opening the gate. I wasn't going to let you earn all the points with Aunt Amporn. Beam grinned. So I called Thieu and invited him to lunch. I nodded and looked toward Thieu. You got dragged into this too? Beam asked me for a ride. He's definitely tricked you. I laughed. Doesn't your faculty have an event this afternoon? Well, Thieu didn't say he was busy. Beam turned toward him. You're not busy, right? See. Thieu paused briefly before nodding. So he definitely skipped something. I shook my head. Those two were far too used to getting their way. How is Annie doing? Thieu's question made me pause. Physically, she was fine. Mentally, that was another matter. We'd suffered a devastating loss last year. The silence answered everything. It's not your fault, Jean. Beam squeezed my shoulder. Is that so? I sighed. If I'd arrived sooner that day, things might have been different. No matter what, Pyrrha and his family were destined to go. Thieu spoke calmly. You can't defy fate, Jean. That's right. Beam nodded. But if I'd arrived sooner, maybe someone could have survived. Both of them shook their heads. Don't do that again, Jean. Beam's voice trembled. We don't want to lose you. He gently shook my arm. His face was full of concern. I sighed again and found myself thinking about Anda. Right now, Anda was asking me for help. Was helping him another attempt to challenge fate? And if it was, what would the price be? Fadoang's point of view. Fadoang. Silence. What are you spacing out about, Fadoang? Watch out, Beetle. This time it wasn't just the shout. A powerful shove struck my shoulder, forcing me backward. I stood frozen as a basketball flew past my face. I had narrowly avoided being hit. Looking around, I found a group of first-year students staring at me in shock. They quickly bowed and apologized. Apparently, they'd accidentally thrown the basketball in my direction. I'd been so distracted that I almost got hit in the face. Luckily, Dang saved me. Though honestly, he'd shoved me hard enough to twist my ankle. What are you spacing out about? Dang asked. I've been calling you forever. Didn't you hear me? I smiled weakly. I hadn't heard him at all. All I could think about was Jean. He'd been acting strangely yesterday, and it was making me anxious. Hey, why are you walking weirdly? Boom asked when she noticed my limp. I wasn't paying attention. I was daydreaming and almost got hit in the face with a basketball. Oh, are you okay? Just a sprained ankle. I glared at Dang. It's all because of him. He shoved me too hard. Well, you were the one spacing out. Yeah. Thanks, you wonderful friend. I made a face at him before following everyone else. At that moment, I spotted Jean dropping Beam off at his faculty on a motorcycle. Of course, he saw me too. He parked and immediately walked over. What happened to your leg? Oh, I glanced down. I sprained my ankle. Where? Does it hurt? Hey. Jean leaned closer, forcing me to step backward. What are you doing? I want to see your ankle. He reached for my leg. Don't touch it. It's dirty. I quickly pulled my foot away. While he examined my ankle, my heart began beating strangely. That handsome face was so focused that I had to press a hand against my chest. It's not swollen. When he looked up, I immediately looked away. Fod. Huh. What did I just say? Oh, it's not swollen. He smirked and shook his head. What time do you finish classes today? Why? There's something Anda wants to tell you. I agreed almost immediately. That evening after class, I spent some time helping the seniors at the football field. The team didn't have practice because the field was under maintenance. I helped pack away some equipment before leaving. It wasn't dark yet when I messaged Jean. A short while later, he arrived on his motorcycle. Apparently, he'd been helping a professor nearby, so it didn't take long. I grabbed the helmet, put it on, and climbed onto the back of the motorcycle. Jean drove us away. Eventually, we stopped at a roadside food stall owned by the same elderly man we'd visited before. Let's eat something first. I nodded and sat down with him. While waiting for our food, I noticed a small boy carrying a basket of snacks. He bowed politely whenever someone showed interest in buying them. His face was dirty, but his eyes sparkled. The child moved from table to table, tirelessly trying to sell his goods. Eventually, he stopped at our table. Before he could speak, Jean gestured for him to sit down. Have you eaten yet? The question surprised me. The child shook his head. It's already this late, And you still haven't eaten? It was only a little after 7 in the evening, but children his age should have been resting. I haven't sold everything yet. Then I'll buy all of them. Jean smiled. And afterward, you can sit down and eat with us. I glanced at the few snacks remaining in the basket. Most children would have been delighted. Yet the little boy hesitated. It seemed he wanted to say something. Can I take the food home instead? The boy looked nervous. I want to eat with my dad and my younger sibling. Who do you live with? My dad and my younger sibling. He hesitated. Could I take food home for them too? Then sit here and eat until you're full. I knew Jean was only teasing him. Judging from the child's expression, he genuinely wanted to share the meal with his family. I'm worried they'll be waiting for me. Then should I order food for your dad and sibling too? Jean smiled. And I don't need these snacks. You can sell them again tomorrow. He offered money for all the snacks. The child immediately shook his head. No. I frowned. I sold them to you. They're yours now. The boy looked serious. If you give them back, it'll feel like I took your money for nothing. Don't you like getting things for free? Jean asked gently. I couldn't help smiling. Who would have thought someone so rough and blunt could be so gentle with children? No, thank you. The child stubbornly refused. All right then. I'll keep them. Jean handed him the money. Thank you. Once you get the food, go straight home. Don't stop anywhere. It's late and dangerous. My house is nearby. It's only a short walk. I watched the little boy leave carrying his food. His eyes sparkled brightly. It was surprising. Even in such a large city, so many people still lacked opportunities and support. At an age when he should have been resting, he was working to survive. The sight hurt my heart. Tomorrow, I should probably report the situation to the proper authorities. I wondered how his family was managing. Though even then, I knew it wouldn't solve the root problem. It would only treat the symptoms. The true issue was inequality built into society itself. Some children were born into wealthy families. Others were born into poverty. Just the difference between parents could create a gap as vast as heaven and earth. No wonder people always say that some children are born miles ahead of others. Why did you buy him dinner? I rested my chin on my hand. Jean answered quietly. I've been hungry before. I've gone without food before. I know exactly what it feels like to have nothing to eat. He paused. In life, all you really need is food. A full meal, a home to return to, and people waiting for you. That's enough. I know people with money and opportunities can obtain those things easily. But for someone who has nothing, he smiled faintly. Sometimes a delicious meal is enough to make them overwhelmingly happy. I fell silent. Did Jean realize that his heart was every bit as attractive as his face? This was bad. I pressed a hand against my chest. My heart was beating far too fast. The rest of the meal passed quietly. Eventually, Jean drove me back to my condo. He must have noticed something strange because he suddenly asked, Are you okay, Fod? I quickly shook my head and avoided his gaze. Didn't you say Enda wanted to talk about something? It's late tonight. He smiled. And you don't look very well. I'm fine. I stared at the ground. You're avoiding me. Damn, I muttered. Don't get your face so close. You're acting strange, Fodawang. Jean. Move your face away. I pressed my lips together. Don't you know it makes my heart race? Jean went silent. Then he smirked and gently stroked my cheek. Your face is red. Damn it, stop playing around. I frowned, then froze when our eyes met. 2 minutes. Huh. I'll give you 2 minutes. WHY. Hurry upstairs. He lowered his voice. Before I kiss you. My mind went blank. Kiss. Was he serious? His handsome face slowly leaned closer. Only 1 minute left. But you said you wanted to talk about Anda. Right now. His voice softened. I can't control myself. I really want to kiss you, Fodawang. He whispered near my ear. So hurry upstairs. Silence. Because if you stay here. His eyes locked onto mine. I'll pull you close and kiss you. I'll keep kissing you until I'm satisfied. Damn it. Before I realized it, I was the one pulling him closer. Tilting my head back, I waited as he leaned down toward me. And Jean really did exactly what he said. He stood there kissing me until he was satisfied. Chapter 13. A cold wind swept across my body as the two-wheeled engine accelerated faster and faster. I had to duck my head down. My arms wrapped tightly around Jin's waist because he seemed determined to speed away. As I tightened my grip, the rider seemed to notice. He slowed down and gently patted my hand before returning his focus to the road. I caught his eyes in the side mirror and gave him a small smile. Okay, if you're not going up to your room, are you free to come out with me right now? That was what Jean said when he finally pulled away from my lips. Or should we just keep kissing like this? Damn it, my lips are tired. I pursed them tightly as I remembered what had just happened. Judging by the sharp glance he threw my way, he was probably thinking about it too. When he lifted his visor, I made a face at him, and he smirked. Meanwhile, he guided the motorcycle through winding streets until we stopped in front of a house. The lights were on. He parked and peered inside. A moment later, a small dog came running over, wagging its tail furiously. The dog clearly knew Jean well. When he crouched down and reached beneath the gate to pet it, it whined happily and wagged its tail even harder. I was completely confused until the inner door opened and an elderly woman slowly walked out with a broad smile on her face. It was Aunt Amporn. Jean. Hello, Auntie. You've come, dear. The elderly woman hurried over, intending to open the gate. No need, Auntie. I just came to drop off some food today. Aren't you coming in to eat with us? No. He turned toward me. This is the owner of those Good Morning Monday line messages that make me smile every morning. My eyes widened. So this was the person behind those messages. Aunt Amporn, this is Beetle. The elderly woman looked at me and smiled warmly. I quickly bowed. Hello, Auntie. May the Buddha bless you, dear. She smiled kindly. Is this Jin's friend? I've never seen him before. Usually I only see Beam and Thieu. Yes. Jean looked at me and smiled. For now, we're just friends. Wait a minute. I immediately spun around and glared at him. Fortunately, Aunt Amporn hadn't heard him. I've got some errands today. He handed her the remaining food. I'll come eat with you another time. All right. She smiled happily. Come eat with Jean next time, Beetle. Then she spent a long time blessing him before finally letting us leave. I noticed how fond she was of him. Questions lingered in my mind, but I didn't ask. Afterward, Jean started the motorcycle and drove us to a rented house in Sukhothai. We're here. He told me it was a good place to eat. When I stepped inside, I saw Beam and Thieu setting the table. Oh, look who's here. Fadoang came too. Beam sang the greeting dramatically. Before I could answer, a woman's piercing scream rang out from a nearby house. Everyone froze. Then Beam ran straight past me. Thieu and Jean immediately followed. What's going on? That question echoed in my head as I ran after them. The shouting grew louder and louder. Crash. Before the loud noise even finished echoing, Jean was already climbing over the wall. He slammed his fists against the door. Thieu joined him. Please let go, uncle. Jean spoke toward empty air while trying to force the door open. If you keep doing this, you'll never escape the karma binding you. I turned toward Beam. He was speaking to the darkness. His gaze remained fixed on the doorway Jean and Thieu were struggling with. I stared in confusion. Today, I quickly grabbed Beam as he tried climbing the fence too. Being short, he nearly fell over the top, forcing me to catch him around the waist. It might rain. Hey, that old man is talking nonsense. Beam sounded irritated as he glared into the darkness. I don't know if it was my imagination, but the air suddenly felt colder. The hairs on my arms stood up. Damn, this was terrifying. Even though everyone nearby looked confused about why the homeowners were yelling into empty space, Jean was the first one to break through the door. I knew why he reacted that way. But why were Beam and Thieu acting exactly the same? What was really going on? I stood there, heart pounding. Eventually an ambulance arrived. The unconscious homeowner was taken to the hospital. After the police finished asking questions, everyone slowly dispersed. I remained frozen in place until someone gently touched my shoulder. I jumped. Jean stood there silently. Then he reached for my hand. We walked hand in hand all the way back to the rented house. Neither of us let go. When I squeezed tighter, he squeezed back. Inside the house, Beam and Thieu exchanged brief glances with me before moving away. Soon only Jean and I remained. We sat facing each other. Fadoang. Huh, are you afraid of us? I immediately shook my head. No, I wasn't afraid of him or his friends. If anything, I was amazed. A group of 3 people who are stranger than everyone else. Do you all have special abilities? Jean nodded. I can hear them. Beam can see them. Thieu can feel them. That's so cool. After several seconds of stunned silence, that was all I could say. You and your friends are amazing. It's like some secret Avengers team. I laughed. Strangely enough, I felt relieved. He had clearly worked hard to explain everything to me. I knew this wasn't an easy topic for him. After what happened with Anda, it was personal. But after seeing everything with my own eyes today, I believed him completely. Aren't you afraid of us? What would I be afraid of? I frowned. You didn't do anything wrong. More importantly, you used your abilities to help someone. If it weren't for them, the homeowner could have died. What are you smiling at? Jean refused to answer. I was just saying it. I wasn't complimenting you. Thank you for not being afraid of me. Something dark flickered through his eyes. It felt as though this topic carried old wounds. Maybe other people hadn't accepted him before. Jean. I reached over and patted his shoulder. Don't be afraid of who you are. If someone can't accept you, they'll leave. That's their problem, not yours. You're overthinking it. Just be yourself. So, is who I am now good enough? There's nothing wrong with you. So you like it? Hey, he smirked. I immediately punched his shoulder. What a jerk. Embarrassed, I quickly changed the subject. You said you wanted to talk about Anda. His expression immediately turned serious. Jean. He sighed. What's wrong? What I told you before. He spoke slowly. Beam has psychometry. Your headphones used to belong to Anda. Today, I spent ages staring at the serial number on the headphones. Then I compared it with information on my phone again and again. Thankfully, my classes started in the afternoon today. Otherwise, I would have gotten no sleep at all. What Beam told me yesterday had kept me awake the entire night. Chong Beans _Delia wife. Your ears must have been made of gold in a previous life. Fadoang took a deep breath. He still couldn't believe what he'd heard. How could the headphones Tum gave him possibly have belonged to Anda? They were brand new, still sealed in plastic. But despite every attempt to deny it, the warranty information matched perfectly. The expiration date was exactly 1 year after the day Anda died. The coincidence was unbelievable. What was going on? Where did Tum get these headphones? I clutched my head. Today, no matter what, I had to make him tell me the truth. I glanced at the clock. Past 11. I needed to shower and get ready for class. I was so distracted by thoughts of the headphones that I almost forgot my notes. Fortunately, I remembered just as the elevator doors were closing. The doors opened again. A tall woman dressed entirely in black rushed inside. She collided with me so hard that my phone dropped. The documents she was carrying landed directly on my sore ankle. I hissed in pain. The woman, hidden beneath a black mask, quickly apologized. Excuse me. I nodded. Even though my ankle hurt, I bent down to help gather her scattered papers. The woman hurriedly collected everything. Then she paused. Her eyes fell on my phone screen. The wallpaper showed a photo of Anda and me wearing student uniforms. I used to see Anda often when he accompanied Jean to Beam's faculty, so I'd once asked for a picture. The woman stared at the photo. Then she looked at me. Were you Anda's friend? I'm a fan. Seeing our uniforms, she probably assumed we were classmates. I smiled slightly. Actually, Anda was close to my friend. Oh, she nodded, then quickly gathered the remaining documents. At that moment, I noticed something sticking out from one envelope. Normally, I wouldn't have paid attention. But the instant she noticed me looking, she snatched it away. I returned upstairs to retrieve my notes. When I came back down, I saw the woman getting into a car. I recognized her clothes immediately. Then I froze. The license plate looked familiar. Very familiar. I pursed my lips. The car belonged to James, Anda's BL co-star. The same car I had seen him driving away from the funeral. For a brief moment, I remembered what I'd glimpsed inside the envelope. A pregnancy test. I immediately shook my head. I shouldn't be making assumptions about someone else's life. Just then, my phone vibrated. I checked the notification. Social media detective's message. Breaking news. Anda's mother has decided not to proceed with the cremation after the 7-day funeral. She believes her son did not commit suicide. Suspicious transactions were discovered in his boyfriend's bank accounts, and reports suggest evidence from the scene has mysteriously disappeared. The same ankle that had been hit by that document envelope. I ignored it and hurried back with the skirt. When I returned, I saw Jean sitting beside Risa. They seemed deep in conversation. The look in her eyes was bright. I stared for a moment before shrugging. Then Risa noticed me. There he is, Jin's friend. I smiled. Meanwhile, Jean immediately frowned. What's wrong with your leg now? He stood up and walked directly toward me. Something fell on it. Let me see. That bastard practically dropped to one knee. I nearly jumped out of my skin. He was actually reaching for my ankle in front of other people. I'm fine. You're limping. He smiled. The pain goes away if I keep walking. That doesn't sound like something a sports science student would say. The same sports science student who always wraps my knee before training. I glanced awkwardly at Risa, then smiled sheepishly. Yeah, I'm fine now. I quickly handed the skirt over. Thank you, Fadoeng. Risa accepted it. For a moment, she looked at me strangely, as though she wanted to ask something. Then she simply smiled and walked away. Are you studying at the science faculty? Jean started talking once we were alone. Thanks for helping, Risa. She told me what happened on the bus. It's nothing. Your person. No. Jean immediately interrupted. What? She's not my person. Risa is my friend. I pressed my lips together, remembering the way she'd looked at him earlier. Why did my chest feel so empty? Just knowing there was someone else. Why did it hurt so much? But she's cute. His answer came so flatly that I immediately turned to stare at him. Do you realize that? What? What kind of expression did you make when I called her cute? Silence. If you're unhappy, then just say it. It wasn't that. Jean raised an eyebrow. I was just wondering. I looked away. Would I feel sad if you said she was more than just cute? And what's the answer? He smiled. So what is it? It hurts. I turned my face away. Just hearing you call someone else cute makes it hard to breathe. So what should I do? Silence. What should I do, Fadoeng? Silence. How about we stop pretending? Silence. How about we actually talk for real this time? Damn it. I'm not used to this. I'm really not used to Jin's teasing voice at all. Chapter 14. How do you feel about the passing of Anda, Mom? As soon as the reporter finished the interview in that clip, I heard Boom, who was sitting next to me, curse. The questions are so unconstructive. True, the main speaker, Tum, agreed. Their child is gone. They must be devastated. Their faces aren't exactly glowing. They can't answer questions right now. I couldn't help but nod in agreement with what Tum said. Right now, we're watching a live stream of an interview with Anda's family. Today is the first time they've spoken publicly since the news of his death. Most of the talking is being done by his older brother and their lawyer, while his parents sit silently. His mother, especially, keeps her head lowered as she cries. It's truly heartbreaking to watch. I listened to the interview for a while, and then the football players finished practice. Both Boom and Tum were free today, so they came to watch Dang and his teammates train. The athletes were cooling down after their intense workout. Since I had to supervise them, I went over to help with their stretching. I didn't see Jin's rival today. Actually, I haven't seen him since the day he played so roughly with his teammates. I heard he got into trouble with the coach. Some kind of disciplinary action was ordered, though nobody seems to know exactly what it was. Still, it's probably for the best. The atmosphere around the team has been peaceful lately. It was almost 9 p.m. when I walked over to the athletes' lockers to collect my first aid supplies. I saw Jean changing clothes, but strangely, he wasn't wearing his usual outfit today. He had changed back into his Grab driver's uniform. I guess I stared for too long, because he noticed and gave me that smirk. I quickly looked away. My thoughts drifted back to that afternoon. It had told us to stop pretending and talk honestly. Did it realize how much it was making me worry? What? Did I make you overthink things? He asked. What's wrong? I pretended not to notice him, ignoring that annoyingly dazzling smile. Our story. I immediately bared my fangs at him. What are you talking about? I don't know anything about that. You're really stubborn, aren't you? Have you ever tasted it? Ever? He answered instantly. I immediately covered my lips. Damn it. I fell right into his trap again. How does every attempt to deny things somehow backfire on me? Has he forgotten that we already kissed once? Sigh. You bastard. He chuckled softly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. He knew exactly what he was doing. That guy smiled far too much. It made people's thoughts wander. Damn it. Let's put our issue aside for now and focus on this one. I looked at him in confusion until he pulled a pair of headphones from his pocket. The headphones. The moment I saw them, I was reminded of today's interview with Anda's family. Did you know Anda's mother decided to keep his body instead of cremating him? I nodded slightly. I didn't tell his parents about Ithy's request. Why? I looked startled, while he simply shook his head. Because I suspect something. He said slowly. Maybe the reason Anda doesn't want to leave is because he needs our help, even if he's already been cremated. If his spirit still hasn't moved on, then there's probably a reason. I completely agreed with him. I heard Anda's voice again the other day. I immediately brightened. Through the headphones? Gene shook his head. No. So what did Anda tell you? He said he didn't want to die. I frowned. You can't help thinking about it, can you? I pressed my lips together tightly. Anda may have been murdered. After Gene finished speaking, I let out a long sigh. Anda may have been murdered. Jin's words weighed. There's no concrete evidence. Only the strange abilities of Gene and his friends suggest that something unusual happened. Scientifically speaking, there's nothing at all. I sighed deeply and returned my attention to the study sheets spread out in front of me. Just then, I heard AI Dang shouting from a distance. He looked completely panicked. He ran toward me, wildly waving his phone around until he stopped in front of me, breathless. What's wrong? Have you heard the news? I looked confused. My professor is giving us a quiz before class today. That's tragic. I slapped my forehead. Our professor was incredibly strict. She loved giving surprise quizzes without warning. I understood her reasoning. The quizzes were always based on course material, so she probably wanted us to review regularly. Still, even diligent students got nervous. She never gave any advance notice. It was basically gambling. What about Tom? I suddenly remembered that Tom wasn't at school today. His grandmother had passed away, so he had gone with his family to another province. He's already called the professor. He'll probably submit the leave form later. I nodded. The quiz is in half an hour. Is there enough time to study now? I'll read it, I replied with a smile. Whether I remember any of it is another story. Thanks for the encouragement, jerk. He glared at me. Yeah, sure. I'm not a genius like you. Whether I study or not, you'll still end up at the top of the class. Some people are just talented. I raised an eyebrow. He immediately reached over and ruffled my hair. Damn it. My hair. Ignoring my complaints, Dang shook my head even harder. Let go, you bastard. Are you picking a fight? He wrapped one arm around my neck and used the other to shake me around. I stumbled backward until my back pressed against his chest. I paused. In the past, this kind of closeness would have made my heart race. I would have been embarrassed. But today, the pain was fading. Before I realized it, I no longer felt the ache of being a close friend who secretly wanted more. Maybe we really were best suited to being friends. Want to fight? He shouted loudly. Ow. My bones are going to break. Let go. I struggled free and cursed at my best friend. The moment he released my head, he switched to tickling my waist. Let me go? Ha ha ha. I'm not letting go. Let go. I couldn't stop laughing. The more I tried to escape, the tighter he held on. Have you surrendered yet? Let me go. Have you admitted defeat? Okay. I give up. That's all. Oh, Gene. When did you get here? I immediately turned around. Then I froze. Gene was standing there. I had no idea how long he'd been watching. His eyes narrowed as he looked from me to Dang. He didn't say a word. I quickly moved away from Dang. I'm here to drop off Beam. Oh. Only then did I notice Beam standing beside him with an iced tea in his hand and a huge grin on his face. Fa Duong. I nodded in greeting. When I looked back at Gene, he smirked. But the smile never reached his eyes. It looked more sarcastic than amused. His mouth smiled. His eyes didn't. My heart skipped a beat. I watched his broad back disappear as he headed away. Go on. That bastard Beam whispered into my ear. His expression made it obvious he knew exactly what I was thinking. Go, Beetle. Hurry. Beam tugged on my arm repeatedly and pointed toward Gene, who was walking toward the restroom. I sighed heavily. It felt like I was trying to placate him. Yet my feet moved on their own. When I entered the restroom, Gene was standing there taking care of business. I pretended to wash my hands. Our eyes met in the mirror. After a moment, he looked away. Damn it. What are you doing? Let go of my hand. We're going the same way. Want to walk together? Let go of my hand. Can't I hold your hand? Or is Dang the only one allowed to? His voice remained calm. His eyes were anything but. You weren't just holding my hand. You were squeezing it. I spoke softly. Earlier, it was. My voice faded away. I lowered my gaze. He still hadn't let go. Can you say that again? I pressed my lips together. Dang and I are just friends. Gene smiled in satisfaction. His grip softened. You're such a. I muttered under my breath. You're really good at pretending you're having a normal conversation. I glared at him. Pretending. Gene exhaled sharply and shook his head before finally releasing my hand. Let's do that together, then. I scratched my head. Anyway, Dang and I were just messing around earlier. It wasn't what you think. What do you think I'm thinking? He asked with a smile. I hesitated. It's like some romance is starting to bloom between my two best friends. Jean laughed. I had never expected him to smile while I was speaking so seriously. His smile made me feel. What are you staring at? I just wanted to ask something. Then why are you smiling? He raised both hands in surrender. It's about the headphones. I sighed. Before we parted yesterday, I had promised to come back and ask more about them. Unfortunately, the person who started this whole mess, my best friend Tom, wasn't here today. Tom didn't come to school. He has family matters to deal with. Jean nodded. Do you know anything else? The moment he asked, anxiety settled heavily in my chest. This situation was spiraling out of control. Jean remained silent for a while. Jean. Silence. I'm Anda's friend too. He sighed deeply. I know. Then stop leaving me out of this. This evening, after football practice, I have to go back to the faculty building and help a professor at the automotive workshop. I have a small errand to run. He looked at me. Wanna come? I found myself nodding. One more thing. Huh. I never pretend to talk to someone just for fun. I froze. If I'm talking to someone, it means I'm serious. He paused. In case you didn't know. It's so damn hot. I let out a long breath. One hand wiped sweat from my face while the other carried the first aid kit. Fortunately, the walkway in front of the stadium was covered. Otherwise, we'd be walking under the blazing sun. After adjusting my collar and hoping for some relief from the heat, I reached the stands beside the field. I put the equipment down. Then I spotted one of Jin's engineering friends. Art. He turned and nodded in greeting. He was probably waiting for Jean and TOS, who were practicing football in the middle of the field. I helped the senior sports scientist prepare towels and drinks for the players. After that, I finally sat down. With some free time on my hands, I pulled out my phone. Ever since Anda's death, my timeline had been flooded with news about him. Now that his family had chosen to preserve his body, rumors were spreading everywhere. His name trended on social media almost every day. Today's news made me frown. Police had reportedly identified suspects connected to Anda's death. A large sum of money had been transferred into his boyfriend's account. The security guard who was on duty the day Anda died had disappeared for several days. A doll stained with red paint had also been found in Anda's apartment. The case seemed far more complicated than anyone originally believed. I scrolled through social media. Post after post discussed the case. People demanded justice. People questioned the security guard. People debated whether the death had been staged. Others pointed out how strange it was that Anda had seemed happy shortly before he died. The more I read, the heavier my heart became. One final post caught my attention. Automotive experts and police officers had inspected Anda's vehicle again. According to the report, they discovered abnormalities in the engine. The details were being withheld. I stared at the screen. Everything seemed to support the suspicion Jean and I shared. Anda's death wasn't normal. I sighed heavily, then nearly jumped when someone tapped my shoulder. I turned around. Art was smiling at me. Sorry for scaring you. It's okay. I needed some bandages. I saw you were in charge of the first aid kit. Are you hurt? I began searching through the supplies. Yeah. Hold on, let's see. Found some. Thanks. He accepted the ointment and bandages before wrapping his elbow. Aren't your friends coming today? He was probably talking about Boom and Tom. No. I glanced at him. Are you waiting for Jean and TOS? Yeah. Jean has to go back to the faculty building this evening to help a professor. I nodded. He already told me. That's impressive. Huh. I looked at him in confusion. Art's eyes sparkled mischievously. So are you two dating now? Not at all. I shook my head immediately and pretended to focus on the first aid kit. Art sat down beside me. At that moment, I saw Jean, TOS, and Dang jogging toward us. What are you talking about? Dang asked. I'm asking when the two of them are finally going to start dating. My face instantly turned red. Art looked at me, then at Jean. Ask the stubborn one who refuses to give in. Dang pouted dramatically. Your friend is unbelievably stubborn. TOS nodded. Don't tease him. The words sounded supportive. The tone absolutely wasn't. I bared my teeth at Dang, then stopped when Jean walked over and stood in front of me. What? I'm going to change first. Wait here. Wow. That's the first time I've heard Jean use such a gentle voice. Their friends immediately started teasing him again. Naturally, Jean responded with a middle finger. Everything seemed normal. His friends really were impossible. I shook my head as the football players headed off to change. Fod. Yeah. Did we make you uncomfortable? Art asked. Huh. The teasing. About you and Jean. His expression was serious. I'm worried you'll feel awkward around us. I smiled. Sorry for teasing you both. It's fine. It's nice seeing you together. He glanced toward the changing rooms. My friend is genuinely sincere about you. I stayed quiet. If it's not too much trouble, please give him a chance. Are you his spokesperson now? Pretty much. He laughed. My friend is a really good guy. I just wish he'd think about himself more. Other than work and football, he barely does anything. But ever since you came into his life, he's been a lot more lively. I nodded. Jean worked countless part-time jobs because he had nobody supporting him financially. Unlike his wealthy friends, he had to rely on himself. Still, he was lucky. He had good friends. Wouldn't it feel strange if your friend liked someone like me? Someone like you? A guy. Art looked at me. Have you forgotten what Anda went through before he died? I fell silent. Yes. Anda had suffered because people couldn't accept the person he loved. I don't know what outsiders think about my friend's sexuality. Art shrugged. But we'd never stop being friends with him because of that. He smiled. Gender doesn't define a person. I listened quietly. I don't want to lose a good friend. He looked directly at me. And as for you and Jean, if the two of you are happy, then we're happy too. His smile widened. But if any of us ever treat you badly because of it, then that person isn't worth keeping as a friend. I burst out laughing. Damn. I'm really happy that both Anda and Jean have friends like this. Professor Department. I quickly bowed respectfully alongside Jean and the others. Then I paused. The professor looked strangely familiar. I felt certain I had seen him somewhere before. Then I remembered. The article. The automotive expert mentioned in the news. The same professor stood right in front of me now. Jean followed him into the workshop. I waited in a corner. About half an hour later, Jean and the professor emerged. Professor, there's nothing more I can add. But I stretched my neck to see better. The professor handed them a stack of documents. Take these and read them. I'll grab some files from my office. Yes, sir. The group headed back inside. As the professor walked past me, he smiled kindly. Waiting for them? Yes, professor. Just a moment. I called some students to help with work today. Yes, sir. I waited. Eventually, Professor Fack returned carrying more documents and some snacks. After thanking him, I watched him disappear back into the workshop. Later, everyone finally came out. Thank you for helping today. Yes, sir. The professor smiled before leaving. Let's eat. I'm starving. Damn it. Professor Fack invited you to lunch. Why'd you refuse? TOS complained. My boyfriend has been waiting for me forever and even bought snacks. I felt bad. The others continued arguing. Then I remembered seeing someone carrying food into the professor's office earlier. Wait, the person I saw was a man, which means his boyfriend is. What's wrong? I nearly jumped when Jean whispered into my ear. Damn it. You scared me. What are you thinking about? I immediately shook my head. Jean merely smirked. Then his gaze dropped to the documents in his hand. What's wrong? He sighed, but said nothing. After we finished eating and went our separate ways, Jean rode his motorcycle to my condo. He'd been unusually quiet the entire trip. After he dropped me off, I finally asked, Jean, the work you did for the professor. I hesitated. Was it related to Anda? He shrugged, then reached into his backpack and handed me a sheet of paper. It showed a car dashboard and a remote control. What the hell is this? Want to know? He asked with a smile. How about we exchange phone numbers first? Is this really the time for that? I bared my teeth and glared at him. He chuckled and pointed at the paper. This is the engine control panel. I leaned closer. And this is the remote start button. Uh-huh. If the engine starts, the dashboard displays operating values. Uh-huh. Fuel gauge, 067. Tachometer, ×2. Temperature gauge, ×5. Silence. Oil pressure gauge, 46. I stared blankly. What kind of code was that? None of it made any sense. Then I noticed the smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Wait, those numbers. 067. ×2. ×5. For 6. Put together. Call me. What the hell? Call me. My brain finally connected the numbers. 0672546. Damn it. That was Jin's phone number. My eyes widened. My face immediately burned. A laugh escaped him. He'd kept a straight face the whole time just to prank me. Seriously? Can you call me? Silence. We can just talk as friends. Damn it. My face was definitely on fire. Chapter 15. Statistics show that murders are often committed by people close to the victim. I furrowed my brows at what Boom said before leaning over to look at the iPad screen where she was watching a crime investigation series. What's wrong? Boom looked up from her iPad and asked. Nothing. I quickly shook my head. But when is Tom coming back to school? He'll probably be back on Monday. He sent a message in the group chat. Didn't you read it? Of course I had. Tom had asked for a week off to deal with family matters. There was still no progress regarding the headphones. That made me think back to the documents the professor had given Jean and the others that day. The picture of the car dashboard had to mean something, but Jean refused to explain it. Instead, he'd used it as an excuse to give me his phone number. And lately, I hadn't seen him at all. Neither Jean nor Dang had shown up for football practice over the past 2 or 3 days. I sighed deeply and glanced down at the phone number I had saved. I still hadn't worked up the courage to call it. To make things worse, the owner of that number seemed to have disappeared completely. What happened to you? You never skip football practice. This is strange. I got up to find something to eat and wake myself up. Midterms were approaching. While walking, I pulled out my phone and checked the latest news. Social media detective's message. Breaking news. The condo security guard in the Anda case has confessed to stealing items from the vehicle where Anda died. He admitted financial motives, but denied all other allegations. He really hurt Anda. I sighed heavily while staring at my phone. Because I wasn't paying attention, I nearly walked straight into someone. Fa Duong. There was only one person with such a cheerful voice. Beam. The boy immediately smiled. Seeing that familiar expression made me smile too. You're walking around with your head buried in your phone again, Fa Duong. Sorry. I reached over and ruffled his hair before instinctively looking behind him. Maybe I was hoping to see someone else. Beam immediately noticed. Who are you looking for? No one. Jean didn't drop me off today. Huh. I immediately looked interested. Beam's smile widened. Aren't you going to ask why? If he wants to tell me, he'll tell me himself. Oh, you. He rolled his eyes dramatically. Fine. What's wrong with your friend? He just got back from out of town. 2 days ago, the monk wasn't feeling well, so Jean and Thieu went back to visit him. I couldn't go because I had exams. That explained everything. No wonder he'd been absent. I just got back, and now I have a fever. Beam shrugged. Thieu has afternoon classes too, so Jin's probably home alone right now. I wonder if he's even eaten anything. My brows furrowed. Poor Jean, right? Beam sounded concerned, but there was a suspicious sparkle in his eyes. He complained about a headache this morning too. I pressed my lips together. Then You're going to stop by Jin's house, right? Great. I'll leave him in your care. Beam spoke so quickly I didn't even get a chance to answer. Then he patted my shoulder and started walking away. Wait, Beam. Take care of Jean for me. He waved cheerfully before disappearing. I scratched my head, then sighed. After sending messages to Boom and Dang explaining that I was leaving early, I headed toward the bus stop. I didn't have afternoon classes anyway. I planned to go home and study. After waiting for a while, the campus shuttle arrived. When the bus stopped near my faculty building, someone familiar stepped off. Fa Duong. Risa waved at me. Another girl was with her, but she'd already gone into a convenience store. We came to return your shirt. Oh, I accepted the bag containing the jacket I'd lent her that day. Thank you again for helping us. She smiled warmly. And how's the beetle's leg? It's much better now. Good. She nodded. If it hadn't healed, we'd have felt terrible. Why? Even though your leg hurt, you still ran out to buy a skirt for me. She laughed softly. Jean looked really worried about you that day. I paused. Jean was worried about me? She smiled knowingly. I always suspected it before. Huh. But after that day, I became certain. I stared at her. What do you mean? The girl stepped closer. Then she extended a hand toward me. We know how Jean feels about the beetle. Huh. I scratched my head awkwardly. But until the beetle figures out his own feelings. She tilted her head playfully. We still have a chance, right? I couldn't help smiling. So let's compete fairly. I shook her hand. I know the odds aren't great. She laughed. But having a small chance is better than having no chance at all. Risa, don't worry. She winked. If Jean makes his choice someday, we'll accept it. I couldn't stop smiling. Hello there, competitor. I shook my head. Risa really was a wonderful person. Even if things didn't go the way she hoped, I knew she'd still keep smiling. Eventually, I bought some food and headed toward Jin's rental house. As I approached, I noticed a middle-aged man in a suit pacing back and forth outside the gate. After a while, he seemed ready to leave. Then he spotted me. We exchanged glances. I immediately recognized him. The lawyer. The same man who had been speaking with Jean at that event. The one Jean called Uncle Lawyer. Are you a friend of Jin's? He smiled kindly and walked closer. Yes. The man glanced toward the gate before sighing. My name is Witchett. I'm the Ronlack family's lawyer. He reached into his jacket and handed me a business card. I need to speak with Mr. Jean, but he isn't answering his phone. I tightened my grip on the card. Jean isn't feeling well. He might be sleeping. The lawyer nodded. Then he looked at me seriously. Please tell him I came by. His expression suddenly grew complicated. I have something important to discuss with him. Okay. If Mr. Jean ever needs anything. He hesitated. Anything at all. The lawyer swallowed. Please contact me immediately. That surprised me. He seemed genuinely worried. I have urgent business elsewhere. He glanced repeatedly at his watch. Please take care of Jean for me. Yes. A phone rang. The lawyer answered immediately, hurried back to his car, and drove away. I stared at the business card. A famous law firm. Why would someone like that be involved with Jean? And why did he seem so concerned? The whole thing felt strange. I decided not to dwell on it. After calling Jean several times without getting an answer, I let myself through the unlocked gate. The gate wasn't locked. Neither was the front door. Aren't you worried about thieves? I listened carefully. Then I heard movement downstairs. A bathroom door opened, and there he was, standing there with nothing but a towel wrapped around his waist. My eyes immediately betrayed me. They wandered straight to the sculpted abdominal muscles of the athlete standing in front of me. Meanwhile, Jean looked just as surprised to see me. I immediately turned away. Sorry. How did you get here? Water dripped from his wet hair onto his shoulders. The scent of shampoo lingered in the air. I instinctively took a step backward. Beam said you're sick. His smile appeared immediately. Were you worried about me? Why are you washing your hair when you're sick? I changed the subject instantly. Go dry yourself properly before your fever gets worse. Were you worried about me? Jean. He wasn't listening. If you don't answer, I'll keep standing here like this. I glared at him. This idiot. Go get dressed. I pointed toward the stairs. I'm serving your food. His grin widened. What are you smiling at? I escaped into the kitchen before he could answer. A little later, Jean emerged wearing a black tank top and football shorts. His hair was still damp. I immediately frowned. No wonder his fever wasn't improving. He sat down at the table and looked delighted by the food. Of course he was. Everything there was his favorite. Don't think I don't know. Beam told me exactly what he likes when he's sick. Why haven't you dried your hair? My hair is short. It'll dry by itself. If your fever comes back, don't blame me. He simply smiled, then stared at me. What? If you admitted you cared about me? His smile softened. I think I'd feel better. Eat your food. I glared at him. He finally obeyed. After a while, I remembered something. Jean. I met Uncle Witchett earlier. The spoon froze in his hand. His expression vanished. I see. He said he needed to talk to you. The silence that followed made me uncomfortable. Sorry. If you see him again. Jean stared at his food. Ignore him. Jean. I have nothing to say to him. His voice was calm. Too calm. The silence afterward became unbearable. So I picked up the towel he'd been using earlier. If you don't dry your hair, your fever will come back. I began drying it for him. Jean let out a slow sigh, then gently caught my hand. Sorry, Beetle. Silence. When I'm ready. His voice softened. I'll tell you everything. I nodded. But right now, if you have questions about me, ask. The last mystery still isn't solved. I grinned. So let's talk about something else. He laughed. Like what? What foods do you like? Train station fried rice. He pointed at the simple fried rice on the table. Why? His smile became nostalgic. When I was little, I sold food at train stations. I paused. If the fried rice didn't sell, the shop owner let me take it home. His smile widened. Do you know how delicious food tastes when it's free? I couldn't help smiling too. It fills your stomach. His voice remained cheerful. You don't have to go to sleep hungry. My chest tightened. I couldn't imagine how difficult his childhood must have been. Yet he spoke about it with such warmth. I'm not sad when I think about the past. He smiled. I'm happy. His smile made my heart skip. Besides train station fried rice, what else do you like? He shook his head. I don't have favorite foods. When I lived at the temple, We ate whatever people donated. You're surprisingly easygoing. I laughed. Simple and steady. That's because I was born on a Saturday. Huh. The 5th day of the 5th lunar month. Saturday the 5th? I immediately remembered the old beliefs. People born on Saturday, especially on certain auspicious dates, were said to possess strong destinies and unusual spiritual abilities. What about you? He asked. Why me? What day were you born? Why do you want to know? He smiled. So I can remember it. Huh. Just in case it's my future boyfriend's birthday. I stared at him. My face immediately burst into flames. The idiot laughed so hard he nearly choked. Before I could retaliate, his phone rang. Gene glanced at the screen. His expression changed instantly. What's wrong? The next thing I knew, I was riding on the back of Jin's motorcycle. We sped through the city. The speed made my heart pound. I clung tightly to his waist. Eventually, he slowed down and stopped in a hospital parking lot. Why are we here? I removed my helmet. Gene looked at me briefly. Brother overdosed on sleeping pills. What? Before I could ask anything else, he grabbed my hand and hurried inside. It didn't take long to find the room. When Gene pushed open the door, TOS and Art were already there. What happened? Art answered first. I stopped by to deliver the perfume Anda ordered before he died. He looked troubled. It was supposed to be an anniversary gift for Combe. I felt my stomach twist. When I couldn't reach him, I got worried and went to check on him. Art sighed. That's when I found him. TOS continued. He wasn't trying to kill himself. His voice sounded strained. He just couldn't sleep. For days. The room fell silent. Then the patient slowly opened his eyes. Brother Combe. The handsome young man blinked repeatedly. Gene, how are you feeling? Combe's voice trembled. I had a dream. Everyone immediately looked at him. I dreamed about Anda. TOS and Art exchanged nervous glances. Gene briefly looked at me. What happened in the dream? Combe burst into tears. Anda was crying. His voice cracked. He said he was sad because he couldn't be with his brother. The room went completely silent. He was holding his headphones. Silence. The pair I bought for him before he died. I immediately turned toward Gene. Gene met my gaze. Then he slowly looked around the room, as though searching for something unseen. Did you really buy him headphones? Gene asked. Yes. Do you have a picture? Combe pointed weakly toward his phone. TOS picked it up. A moment later, Gene was staring at a photograph. Then he handed the phone to me. My breath caught. Can I see the headphones? I held out my hand. Gene handed me the pair I'd found before. I opened the case. The headphones connected automatically. I checked the Bluetooth settings. Then froze. The serial number matched perfectly. Exactly the same. There was no doubt anymore. These headphones had belonged to Anda. The connection was real. Not just a feeling. Not just intuition. Actual proof. It looked like it was going to rain. After leaving the hospital, I hugged Gene tightly around the waist as he drove me home. This time he wasn't speeding. But before we could arrive, rain began falling. Soon it became a downpour. Gene pulled into a bus stop and parked. We stood beneath the shelter together. Are you soaked? I shook my head. His raincoat had protected me. Gene, however, was drenched. You're wetter than I am. I frowned. You haven't fully recovered yet. I'm fine. He tightened the coat around my shoulders, then brushed the wet hair away from my face. Go home and dry your hair. Take your own advice. I pouted, then looked at him. Gene. Who do you think hurt Anda? He stared into the rain. I don't know. A deep sigh escaped him. I don't even want to imagine how much pain he suffered. His voice was barely above a whisper. You're going to help him, aren't you? Even if I know nothing. His eyes remained fixed on the darkness beyond the rain. I'll do everything I can. Something inside me trembled. This man was loyal. Kind. The sort of person who helped others without asking for anything in return. I found myself reaching for his hand. Before I knew it, his larger hand had covered mine. Heat rushed to my face. I quickly looked away. The bus stop was empty. Not another soul in sight. Do you know which bus goes past my condo? I asked. He shrugged. No. Bus 094. Silence. Bus 3XX. Silence. Bus X6. Silence. Bus 79. Gene stared at me, then suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? He gently touched my cheek. There are a lot of buses going to your condo. His eyes sparkled. 10 digits worth. I immediately realized he'd figured it out. My face burned. Can I call you then? He smiled. If I use all 10 digits? Damn it. Now I was the embarrassed one. Call me whenever you want. Okay. That deep voice made my ears feel hot. I'll call you later. He leaned closer. But I'll be calling as someone who's kissed you. His smile deepened. Twice. His lips pressed softly against mine. The kiss was brief. Tender. Just enough to leave my heart racing. We really shouldn't have been standing at a bus stop, kissing like this. For heaven's sake.